Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery, roger, go for deploy.
Thanks, Q, and to everybody in the shuttle program, the crew is go for launch.
Roger, nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Hello, and thanks for tuning in to the NASA SpaceX Crew 9 mission, a long-duration rotational mission to the International Space Station for NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Aleksandr Gorbunov. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a senior commercial sales manager here at SpaceX, and I'm joined by NASA's Leah Cheshire. We are just under a couple hours away from the final approach and docking of Dragon to the International Space Station. Overall, this will be Dragon's 44th visit to the space station and its 13th human spaceflight mission to the orbiting lab.
Looking back over the last 24 hours, launch day preparations started early for our crew members. About 4 hours prior to launch, the crew completed their final medical checks before joining the SpaceX team to get into those spacesuits. After suit up in the NASA Operations and Checkout building, the crew walked out, waving some final farewells to their family and friends waiting outside. That's always one of my favorite parts of the day. Of course, the next destination for the crew was the launch pad. It takes about 20 minutes to ride to Launch Complex 40, where the Falcon 9 and Dragon spacecraft were waiting for them. Of course, a reminder, this was the very first human launch from Launch Complex 40. About 2.5 hours prior to launch, the crew ingressed or entered the Dragon spacecraft, walking over that crew access arm and enjoying some last views of the Space Coast. Love that one of them taking in the rocket itself before they headed into the White Room and then, as you can see here, into the spacecraft.
Then at 10:17 a.m. Pacific Time, 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time, the 9 Merlin 1D engines ignited, and Falcon 9 lifted off from the first time with crew on board from LC-40, marking the 15th time humans rode Dragon into orbit. With Falcon 9's first stage at full power, our crew began their journey to the International Space Station. Just about T+8 minutes into that mission, our first stage returned to Earth and landed at Landing Zone 1. A couple of minutes after that, we had spacecraft separation where we saw Dragon finally flying free with Crew 9 on board.
About 45 minutes after liftoff at 11:03 a.m. Pacific, Dragon executed the phase burn. This is the first of 5 major burns required to raise Dragon's orbit and position it for approach to the International Space Station. Dragon raised its orbit using the Draco thrusters over the last several hours as it continues to chase down its destination, the space station.
And then just a few hours ago, the boost burn took place at 7:58 p.m. Pacific Time. The boost burn put our crew in an orbit where Dragon's apogee, or the highest point of the orbit, is about 10 kilometers lower than the station. But before we can approach the station, we need Dragon's entire orbit, not just that highest point, to be effectively shadowing the space station. So after that, we executed the close co-elliptic burn at 8:42 p.m. Pacific. The close burn placed Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station, meaning that it's maintaining an orbit roughly 10 kilometers lower than the station the entire way around the Earth. Again, that's in contrast to only being 10 kilometers lower than the station during the apogee, or the highest point in the orbit, which is what was achieved by the boost burn beforehand.
Now from there, this morning at 7:54 a.m. Pacific Time, we executed the 4th major maneuver known
Freedom
as...
copies go, 2001 Zulu.
And that was good news from the crew. It sounded like Commander Nick Hague aboard Dragon. They just got the go for the approach initiation burn. We're tracking that in a little less than 30 minutes now. However, let's rewind a little bit. This morning, we did execute the transfer burn, 7:54 a.m. Pacific Time. That's where we raised Dragon's apogee, or the highest point of its orbit, to just 2.5 kilometers lower than the station. Then we rounded everything out with the final co-elliptic burn at 8:41 a.m. Pacific to once again maintain that constant orbit lower than the station, this time just 2.5 kilometers below. That was a shorter burn lasting just over 30 seconds. And recently at 11:30 a.m. Pacific, we added in the approach out of plane burn to further refine Dragon's trajectory to the space station.
During our approach, SpaceX flight controllers will work in tandem with the NASA team in Houston to maneuver Dragon Freedom to the proper altitude. They will initialize the navigation sensors used for this methodical approach to the space station. They'll also activate and test out a number of systems on board Dragon, including the bidirectional communications system with the station using the C2V2 system. C2V2 stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles. It sets up a data stream from Dragon to the space station, giving us another path for Dragon telemetry to come to the ground, and giving an additional command capability to astronauts aboard the space station.
At approximately 1:01 p.m. Pacific time, the Draco thrusters on Dragon will fire for the approach initiation burn when Dragon is about 2.5 kilometers below the station and just about 7 kilometers behind it. This will swing Dragon up until it's about a quarter mile, around 400 meters, directly below the station. Now, this maneuver also moves Dragon inside one of 2 checkpoints around the station that requires a set of go, no-go poles with the different control teams. The first checkpoint is called the approach ellipsoid, or you might hear us call it, or the crew call it, the AE. That's an imaginary shape measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers. It's essentially a large 3-dimensional oval. Before Dragon is given permission to move inside the approach ellipsoid, the capsule is configured to be on what is known as a 24-hour safe trajectory. That means that if Dragon lost all control to its thrusters, it would be at least 24 hours before its trajectory would move it inside the approach ellipsoid.
The NASA and SpaceX teams will do a go, no-go poll to move Dragon inside the keep-out sphere, another checkpoint that consists of an imaginary sphere around the space station with a radius of 200 meters. Flight controllers use this to monitor all arriving and departing vehicles. This is another chance to confirm all of the guidance, navigation, and control systems are working correctly on Dragon before moving closer to the station. It also carries a similar requirement on orbital trajectory. If Dragon were to somehow lose control of its thrusters, it and the space station would be safe for 4 orbits, or about 6 hours, rather than the 24 hours required to enter the approach ellipsoid. Once Dragon arrives at 400 meters below the station, it will be at what's known at waypoint 0. That will be our first checkpoint during our approach. The vehicle can hold here at 400 meters if needed, but if all of the systems check out, Dragon can continue its approach to waypoint 1.
Dragon's move from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1 will swing it up and out in front of the station, arriving at a distance of approximately 220 meters. At this point, it'll be on what we call the docking axis. That essentially means it's directly in front of the docking port. Crew 9 today is headed to the forward-most port on station, so known as Node 2 forward. Dragon has docked to Node 2, also known as Harmony, for all of our crewed missions so far, because that's where both international docking adapters are located, installed for these new commercial spacecraft flights, as well as any other future spacecraft that use the international docking standard.
Once Dragon is just 20 meters away at waypoint 2, the spacecraft focuses on aligning its docking system with the International Docking Adapter. We may hear the call-out CHOP, which stands for Crew Hands-Off Point, a little less than 30 seconds before docking. At that point, any aborts will have to be done automatically by Dragon.
And of course, the grand arrival today is when our crew arrives at the space station. Dragon will fly in and make contact with the International Docking Adapter, or the IDA, and that gives us what we call soft capture. The soft capture ring will then retract until sensors indicate it's time for 12 hooks to drive in place and give us a hard capture, and for firmly secure Dragon to its new home on the space station. Now, the station crew, namely Jeanette Epps, the NASA astronaut, will manually pressurize the vehicle, or the vestibule, and that's the area between the Dragon hatch and the station hatch. Meanwhile, the umbilicals that provide power, audio, and data connections from the station to Dragon are put in place. And then it'll be time for leak checks and hatch opening, which is currently timelined to come a little more than 2 hours following docking. So sounds like we are on target today for a docking around 4:30 p.m. Central, so 2:30 p.m. Pacific time.
Everything looking great from Mission Control, but hard to imagine our Crew 9 astronauts have been in transit this entire time since they launched about 26 hours ago.
Yeah, and they've had some free time to kind of do as they please on the space station. On Dragon. Now, they have the opportunity to eat some meals. They get out of those suits and the seats where we last saw them yesterday, get a little comfortable. You know, I heard they were looking out the window and enjoying the views, obviously, who wouldn't? They also have a sleep period, and so they woke up a little bit before 3 a.m. Pacific time today. So they are already shifting their schedule to be a little more aligned with the schedule on the International Space Station.
That also would not be a bad view to wake up to. We're getting some of those early views on your screen right now of the light just coming over the edge of the Earth, which is pretty exciting to see.
Yeah, let's take a look. It looks like the International Space Station itself is now flying about 260 statute miles over Algeria. So as we get into more of an orbital daytime, we should be able to see Dragon approaching the station below it. And as we joined the broadcast today, that bright dot on the screen, that was actually the International Space Station from Dragon. So they have been able to see each other for a couple of hours now, which I know must be exciting to see your final destination in the frame.
Yeah, that's great. And closer to our Expedition 72 crew coming together.
Yeah, we will have 11 astronauts on board once Nick and Aleksandr arrive today. And in total, that puts us at 14 people in low Earth orbit, because we'll have the 11 on the International Space Station. And there's also a Chinese space station that has 3 more people on it. So 14 people off of the Earth right now.
That's great. I'm certainly staying in close communication with them, both through mission control here at SpaceX and in Houston.
And of course, these teams are monitoring different things. So far we've had Dragon, or the mission control team here in Hawthorne, monitoring the Dragon spacecraft itself. They've been doing that since launch yesterday, really since before launch yesterday, making sure everything was go for that on-time liftoff. Again, coming at 10:17 a.m. Pacific time. But over in Houston, we do have a whole separate team monitoring the space station itself. Now, they're monitoring everything from Dragon's trajectory to the solar arrays, making sure that they are locked in place. Right now, we have some crew members that are exercising aboard the space station. They'll be asked to refrain from exercise while the Dragon spacecraft arrives and that docking process begins, just so we don't impart any additional loads on the space station or on Dragon during that time.
Great views on your screen now of mission control here in SpaceX. Of course, we have mission control staffed to follow the safety of our Crew 9 astronauts the entire time that they are on orbit, from liftoff from, again, Slick 40 yesterday, all the way through docking today, all the way through their return to Earth early next year with the full Crew 9 contingent on board.
Now we're less than 20 minutes away from that approach initiation burn. That is also putting us in what we call proximity operations, and the International Space Station is already transitioning into that time frame, but we'll also hear some call outs to configure the big loop. So what we hear on the ground, we've heard Dragon to ground this entire time. We really haven't heard the calls from the crew aboard the International Space Station down to the ground, but once we configure the big loop, it puts everybody on the same communications channel so that they can all talk at the same time as we get into these integrated operations.
One of the cool things about a mission like this really is that we are in touch with people around the world supporting these astronauts. So the big loop, depending on how you define it, is really pretty big, including mission control here in SpaceX, of course, NASA Houston, and the International Space Station.
Now, while we wait for our next milestone, let's take a moment to meet our crew. U.S. Space Force Colonel Nick Hague is your Crew 9 commander. He was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013, and this is his second spaceflight to the International Space Station. In 2018, he and his Soyuz crewmate experienced a catastrophic rocket booster malfunction after launch. They were forced to abort but landed safely. 5 months later, Hague launched on another Soyuz and served as flight engineer for Expeditions 59 and 60. He spent a total of 203 days in space.
SpaceX Freedom from Seat 2, ComCheck.
Loud and clear, Nick, from C2.
I've got you the same.
All right, a little bit more about Nick Hague. He spent a total of 203 days in space previously and performed 3 spacewalks. He's a Kansas native and a test pilot and a distinguished graduate of the United States Air Force Academy. Nick spent 5 months in Iraq with support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He voluntarily transferred from the United States Air Force to U.S. Space Force in 2021 and is an active colonel. His wife, Katie, is a retired U.S. Air Force colonel as well, and they have 2 sons. To learn a little bit more about Nick, let's take a look at this video.
The point of the human exploration of space is to benefit everyone on Earth. My name's Nick Hague, and I'm the commander for NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission to the International Space Station. Space is really hard. It's dynamic, it's unpredictable, and we've seen that play out over the last several months. But that's no different than the way it's always been. And so it's phenomenal to be part of a team that you see them respond to that and throw themselves at these new challenges and figure out ways to make it happen. It just makes you really proud to be part of the NASA team. I grew up on a farm out in western Kansas, looking up at the night sky, staring at the stars, dreaming about exploring space. At some point when you're growing up, the childhood dream of going to space transitions to a professional ambition. And for me, that time was at the test pilot school at Edwards Air Force Base. I've been to the space station before. My first launch was not quite successful, and we aborted about 2 minutes into the flight. So what was supposed to be a 200-day mission ended up being a 20-minute mission. I was able to try again 5 months later and complete the job that I was asked to do, which was go to the space station and spend 6 months on board. So I was part of expeditions 59 and 60. Our mission hasn't changed. It's to get to the space station, conduct research, and come home. How we're going to do that is going to look a little bit different. This time, we're going to launch with just 2 crew. We're going to have 2 empty seats for Butch and Sonny, so that at the end of our mission, we're going to be able to bring them home. But one of the most exciting and challenging aspects of what lie ahead is how Alex and I are going to integrate into their crew. You know, they've been on the station for several months already, and it's going to be thrilling to be able to join them and get to work, doing that mission of discovery, conducting science, performing upgrades on the station, figuring out how to live and work not just in low Earth orbit, but how we're going to do that when we go to the moon and on to Mars. Safety culture at NASA is so critical. We manage risk every day. Just being able to watch the agency navigate those decisions over the last several months and balance the risk and the safety of the crew and the well-being of the crew and the vehicle and the mission has been phenomenal. What is crystal clear in that entire process is the commitment to making sure that when we launch crews, we're going to bring them home safe.
Houston, Matt 2.
Go ahead on to Matt.
You're confused by my last call. It's because it was unnecessary. That's a for reference procedure if we are not using fastband. So disregard, please.
We copy, and it definitely doesn't hurt. So thanks for the clarification.
Good discussions there between Mission Control and our crew up in orbit. Next up, of course, we have Mission Specialist Aleksandr Gorbunov. This is his first time in space aboard Crew 9, but of course has been preparing for this flight for much of his career. He studied engineering with qualifications in spacecraft and upper stages from the Moscow Aviation Institute. Gorbunov graduated from the military department with a specialty in operation and repair of aircraft, helicopters, and aircraft engines. Before his
SpaceX for Big Loop contracts.
Freedom's with you.
All right, I can confirm that the bidirectional link has been established. You are go to change your push-to-talk destination to ISS and initiate a comm check with SpaceX, Houston, and station.
And copy that. And then just for clarity, stay on this the rest of the time.
Affirm, I will be with you on space to ground the rest of the time through docking.
Okay, copy. So I'll if I want to talk to you, you're on space to ground. Otherwise, from here on out, after we do the comm checks, we'll press with Big Loop comm, or like we're going to do the suit link checks over space to ground.
Space to ground. So everything will be Big Loop from now on, just so you don't have to switch back and forth. So we have Dragon to ground and space to ground. We'll use Big Loop, which is space to ground, so you can keep it configured to ISS as your push-to-talk destination for the remainder of approach.
Okay, just making sure. All right, switching over.
All right, a little back and forth between our crew.
Yes, Freedom on the Big Loop comm check.
SpaceX has you loud and clear on the Big Loop. How me?
Got you the same. Houston, Freedom on the Big Loop comm check.
Freedom, Houston has you loud and clear. How me?
You catch you loud and clear, Houston. And station, Freedom, contact on the big loop.
Freedom, this is station. We've got you loud and clear, Nick and Alex. We are waiting for you.
Loud and clear. Can't wait to get there.
And tally ho, we got you in the window.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop. We'll call that comm checks complete. We will stay on this loop for the remainder of approach. All comms.
Freedom copy. Big loop on from here on out.
All right, we did hear those big loop communication checks complete. So we were just talking about the big loop. That is essentially this communications loop that allows all 4 parties to speak with each other at the same time. So for the past 24-ish hours, Dragon has been speaking to the core here in Hawthorne, but not radioing anything to the space station. And the space station has been speaking with the Capcom, or the capsule communicator in Houston, but not necessarily talking to Dragon. So once we get into these proximity operations, when Dragon is getting closer to the space station, that allows us to configure this loop where everyone can talk to each other at the same time. And we did hear that both Dragon, Freedom, and the space station are pretty excited to be able to see each other. So we are, again, coming up on that approach initiation burn that's really going to set things into motion this morning in just about 9 minutes now.
It's really exciting. And you can also hear that enthusiasm from the astronauts on board the International Space Station as they make that confirmation of contact over the big loop with Crew 9 on board Dragon right now. Returning a little bit to the history of Aleksandr Gorbunov's path to flight today. Before his cosmonaut selection in 2018, he worked as an engineer for a rocket space corporation and helped support cargo spacecraft launches from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Let's hear a little bit more about his career from Aleksandr himself.
Практически самое неизвестное, что сейчас у нас есть. Поэтому мы все время стараемся изучить этот космос как можно больше, изучить, как устроена Вселенная. Исходя из этих знаний, этих фундаментальных знаний, мы, может быть, получим в дальнейшем какие-то новые технологии. My name is Aleksandr Gorbunov, and I'm the mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Dragon mission to the International Space Station. Я родился в городе Железногорске, Курской области. Это примерно в 500 километрах на юг от Москвы. Мне нравилась, например, биология. И когда я был совсем маленьким ребенком, я хотел быть биологом. Затем я познакомился с авиамоделированием. После этого меня мысль о том, чтобы стать инженером, в частности в космической отрасли, полностью захватила. И в старших классах я уже осознанно готовился. Я закончил Московский авиационный институт по направлению космические летательные аппараты и разгонные блоки. По образованию я инженер. Учась в институте, я также параллельно работал. После этого я поставил себе цель попасть в отряд космонавтов. На это ушло примерно 10 лет. В 2018 году я был отобран в отряд космонавтов. Международная кооперация — это одна из самых важнейших частей при исследовании космоса. Мне кажется, что когда человек выходит за пределы земной атмосферы, то он становится не только представителем своего государства или своей нации, но также представителем всего человечества. Когда я учился в институте, то ходил в горные походы, в зимние походы, научился нырять с аквалангом. Но самое вдохновляющее увлечение, которое у меня сохранилось до сих пор, это парапланеризм. Это невероятное, непередаваемое ощущение, когда ты летишь, и тебя сопровождает только звук ветра. Ну, я думаю, это похожее увлечение. С каждым годом все выше и выше. Чем больше занимаешься парапланеризмом, тем выше получается подняться на параплане. Соответственно, следующая ступень — космос, но без параплана.
Now, a lot of work has been done on the space station before we got to today to make sure we were launching Dragon and this new crew to a fully functional orbital laboratory. After the post-sleep period this morning, the crew got right into preparing for Dragon arrival. NASA astronauts Matt Dominic and Mike Barrett will be in the station's cupola, that bay window looking down on Earth, using special software to track Dragon's approach and make sure it's staying in the expected zones.
Once Dragon is docked, Jeanette Epps will be primed to move right into hatch operations. She'll start by opening the large hatch at Node 2 forward, giving her access inside the pressurized mating adapter.
The crew will then have to pressurize the vestibule. That's the small space between the hatches on Dragon and the space station. That vestibule is exposed to vacuum prior to docking, so the crew will need to fill it with air and make sure its pressure is nearly equal with the atmospheric pressures on Dragon and on the station. Epps will use a small valve on the station's hatch to slowly introduce air into the vestibule. Flight controllers here in Houston will monitor the pressure and temperature readings inside and verify that everything is leak-free before we get ready to open up the hatches.
Of course, preparation began prior to crew arrival to make sure they have somewhere to stay. The astronauts have available temporary campout locations, known as casas, that they can stay in until we're back to our usual 7 people living and working on station.
Yeah, so we're excited to get those 2 new crew members aboard and bring Expedition 72 up to 11 crew members for handover. So this is what Expedition 72 will look like once we have our Crew 8 return next week. These crew members arrived, obviously, we have Butch and Sunny who arrived on Starliner. We have Nick and Aleksandr who are arriving today on Dragon. And then we have our other 3 crew members, including NASA astronaut Don Pettit, who arrived just a couple of weeks ago on a Soyuz spacecraft, and they are part of Expedition 72. I can't believe we're already up to 72 expeditions now, but we have had humans living and working in space for over 23 years continuously now. So if you are under 23 years old, there has never been a day of your life when all humans have been on the Earth at the same time, which sounds like,
that's awesome.
It's so sci-fi. It sounds like the future,
really cool.
But
yeah.
It's now. So right now, that Expedition 72 crew aboard the station is awake, and they are preparing for Dragon's approach, and they sound pretty excited about it, too.
Yeah, they do. Speaking of Dragon, development of Dragon for crew started with Dragon carrying cargo. Dragon was designed from the beginning for flying humans to space, so much so that even the first Dragon had a window. Before we could fly humans, teams implemented a number of design upgrades to make sure both Dragon and Falcon 9 are suitable for flying people. Then we put both vehicles through thousands of tests to prove their safety. Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond. It is the only spacecraft currently flying that is capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth, and is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the space station. Dragon is fully autonomous, which means it can basically fly itself, but also features full manual override capabilities in case of an emergency.
Now, we did just hear that the approach initiation burn just started, so that is about a 90-second burn. It did come a couple of minutes earlier than we were expecting it today, but so far it seems like everything is going well, and we are standing by for the burn completion. Again, this is really going to set things into motion for us today. This approach initiation burn moves, it happens when Dragon is about 2.5 kilometers below the station, just about 7 kilometers behind it, and that'll swing Dragon up until it's about quarter mile, which is about 400 meters directly below the station.
And of course, each one of these maneuvers are about very gradually approaching station with Dragon, just to make sure that we approach slowly and carefully. Even though these vehicles look like they're moving quite slowly relative to each other, each one is traveling more than 17,000 miles an hour.
Freedom SpaceX on the big loop. Nominal approach initiation maneuver complete.
Freedom copies on the big loop, nominal AI burn, and we are complete with Section 5, holding Section 6 of suit donning for your go for suit big checks.
SpaceX copies, holding in section 6. We'll give you a go for suit leak check shortly.
Freedom copies.
All right, we love that word nominal.
Always good.
Everything as expected for the approach initiation burn. Again, about a 90-second burn. That's also eventually going to move Dragon into the approach ellipsoid, one of those invisible spheres or an oval that we monitor as spacecraft arrive and depart the International Space Station. It doesn't matter whether there's crew on board or whether it's a cargo spacecraft. This is kind of our boundaries or our neighborhood around the space station that all the flight controllers keep their eye on for anything that's approaching or departing.
And that really a methodical approach to approaching station was a big part of how Dragon was designed from the very beginning. Like we were talking about earlier, whether it's cargo or crew, we always approach station in a really similar way. Now, speaking of these two vehicles, which are about to meet up in space, even though we had those earlier views where...
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, looking for you're okay to come back on board with cameras.
Freedom. Yeah, we're good with that. Apologies for not having you come on board earlier, but welcome aboard.
Copy.
Good news there that we should soon be getting views of our Crew 9 astronauts on board Dragon, suited up and ready to approach the station.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited that we did hear they were putting their suits back on earlier, and so they're going to get into some leak checks and make sure that everything is safe. They'll keep those suits on for the remainder of the approach to the International Space Station, all throughout docking. And then once we complete the docking and we're successfully attached to the space station, they'll have a chance to get out of those suits and probably into their flight suits or something else while we work to pressurize that vestibule and before we open the hatch. So again, we're targeting docking today around, let's see, I believe 1:30 p.m. Pacific time.
Getting close.
I'm trying to work on my time zones, but I feel like I'm in a bunch of different places.
Well, we're communicating with a bunch of different places between here, Houston. Obviously, we've got the station on Greenwich Mean Time, so we're jumping around across the world a little bit. But the good news is that for our Expedition 72 crew, Dragon is getting bigger in the window as it gets ever closer to the ISS. But Dragon's actually pretty big to begin with. The Dragon spacecraft and its trunk stand over 26 feet tall. There are 2 windows on the spacecraft, plus one under the nose cone. The nose cone opened shortly after launch, so if you were with us yesterday, you heard us call out that major milestone, which allows us to expose the forward bulkhead thrusters and docking mechanism that will connect with the International Space Station. Dragon's trunk holds solar cells, which power Dragon while it's in free flight, and the trunk can also carry unpressurized cargo to the station.
Now, Dragon has 16 Draco thrusters that can be used in space to help navigate the spacecraft to its destination, each providing 90 pounds of force, which really takes you a long way once you're in the vacuum of space. That doesn't include the 8 Super Draco thrusters used for an abort, which are no longer active once the crew is in orbit.
Dragon has played a significant role in advancing our future in space by safely transporting crew to and from the space station. There are currently 4 Dragon spacecraft supporting human spaceflight missions that have docked to the station: Endeavour, Resilience, Endurance, and Freedom. Crew 9 are on board Freedom today, which previously flew NASA's SpaceX Crew 4, in addition to the commercial Axiom missions AX2 and AX3.
Altogether, the reusable Dragon spacecraft have completed 8 human spaceflight missions on behalf of NASA and visited the station 42 times under NASA's commercial resupply and commercial crew programs so far. As we mentioned earlier, Crew 9 is Dragon's 15th human spaceflight mission since 2020. Now, that includes these commercial crew program missions for NASA, as well as the private astronaut missions with Axiom, Inspiration 4, and Polaris Dawn, which recently launched. And that is when Dragon became the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station with Demonstration Mission 2 in 2020. Now, you might be wondering, what do the astronauts do once they get to the International Space Station? And I can tell you they stay extremely busy. So over the last 23 years, crews aboard the space station have completed thousands of scientific and educational experiments, and Crew 9 is prepared to add to that growing number. Crew 9 will conduct hundreds of science experiments and technology demonstrations during their mission. And they will spend several months, I think about 5 months, working on the orbital laboratory. Yeah. Of course, having more crew members on board significantly expands the amount of research that we can conduct. And this crew will conduct new scientific research to prepare for human exploration beyond where we're at now in low Earth orbit and benefit humanity on Earth.
Experiments include studies of blood clotting, effects of moisture on plants grown in space.
SpaceX on the big loop for suit leak checks. We're going to wait to perform the suit leak checks until the other side of an upcoming TDRS handover, so I'll be back with you in about 6 minutes to step into suit leak checks.
Single copies, we'll be ready.
Good news from Mission Control there that we are about to step into those suit leak checks, but we are expecting a slight communications gap in our TDRS coverage. That's the call out you heard, that we're expecting a little bit of a handover with that system. So what we're going to do now is wait before moving into that procedure just to make sure that we have constant communications throughout it. Speaking of things that are happening constantly, back to our experiments on board the station, we're also going to be studying vision changes in astronauts. Those are just a few of more than 200 scientific experiments and technology demonstrations taking place during this mission. These projects span a wide range of disciplines, from life and physical sciences to advanced materials, technology development, in-space production applications, and even student-led research, which are always some of my favorite experiments. Results from those studies will bring value to humanity both on Earth and in space, further our ability to explore, and enable a robust market in low Earth orbit.
So let's break it down a little bit more and talk specifically about some of the experiments that will be happening while Crew 9 is aboard the space station. The megakaryocytes orbiting in outer space and near-Earth research experiment investigates how environmental conditions affect the development and function of megakaryocytes and platelets. I had no idea what megakaryocytes were, but they are large cells found in bone marrow and platelets, and pieces of these cells play important roles in blood clotting and immune response. Results could provide critical knowledge about the risk of changes in inflammation, immune responses, and clot formation in spaceflight, but also here on the ground.
It is amazing to me how different the microgravity environment is, and that it gives us the opportunity to study these Earth-based processes in a way that help our astronauts, but also people here on Earth.
Yeah.
In addition to a lot of those biologically oriented experiments, the Neutron Star Interior Composition Explorer, or NICER telescope for short, on the exterior of the space station measures X-rays emitted by neutron stars and other cosmic objects. Through that, they're helping to answer questions about matter and gravity. In May of 2023, NICER developed a light leak, which is allowing sunlight to interfere with daytime measurements. Special patches have been designed to cover some of that damage, and those will be installed during a future spacewalk, returning the instrument to around-the-clock operations.
And that's a plug for me. If you've never watched a spacewalk, if you've always gotten to watch a launch or a docking, but you've never taken the time to tune in when we have 2 crew members outside of the hatch, I have to encourage it. It is some of the most incredible work from the teams on the ground to the teams on the space station and, of course, the crew members outside. So it sounds like we're going to have some of those coming up to conduct that experiment and that installation. So keep an eye on blogs.nasa.gov or just nasa.gov in general for when you can look to watch any spacewalks. Back to some of the research. Some astronauts experience vision changes, and it's a condition that we call SANS, or spaceflight-associated neuroocular syndrome. There's a B complex investigation testing whether just a daily B vitamin supplement can prevent or mitigate this problem and assess how genetics may influence individual response. Now, one of those variations could be related to a metabolic pathway that requires B vitamins to function properly. And when we have inefficiencies in this pathway, it can affect the inner lining of blood vessels, and that can result in leaks that actually may contribute to vision changes. So providing B vitamins that are known to affect blood vessel function positively could minimize issues in who we find to be genetically at-risk astronauts.
As people travel farther from Earth for longer, growing food also becomes increasingly important. Scientists conducted many plant growth experiments on the space station using its veggie hardware, including Veg01b, which demonstrated that outrageous red romaine lettuce is suitable for crop production in space. Plant Habitat 07 uses this lettuce to examine how moisture conditions affect the nutritional quality and microbial safety of plants. The advanced plant habitat controls humidity, temperature, air, light, and soil moisture, creating the precise conditions needed for this experiment.
I absolutely love the veggie experiments. I think they're some of the most visual experiments that we have on the International Space Station. We have grown everything from zinnias. I don't know if you recall when...
Those are beautiful photos, too.
They're so beautiful. If you haven't seen them yet, astronaut Scott Kelly, he spent about a year in space, and he grew some zinnias and took some beautiful pictures in the cupola. And it's just such an amazing contrast of, Earth and space, and it's so you can hardly, I mean, you can't live in just outer space. And here are these beautiful zinnias inside our our beautiful habitat of the space station. So those are amazing. And they've also grown some chili peppers, which
hatch chilies are my favorite. So this is my favorite experiment that's ever been done on space station, just because I think it would be fun to get to grow something and then eat it in space.
Yeah. And of course the lettuce too. I mean, everybody loves a fresh salad. So, I mean, I won't say everybody, but I do. Now, there are currently nine astronauts and cosmonauts living aboard the International Space Station. They are Expedition 72. Of course, that includes the 4 Crew 8 members. They arrived in March 2024, and we expect them to return sometime next week. We're still looking at dates and weather and things like that. But stay tuned to nasa.gov for the latest updates on their return. That includes NASA astronauts Matt Dominic, Michael Barrett, and Jeanette Epps, as well as Roscosmos cosmonaut Aleksandr Gorbunov. So when Aleksandr Gorbunov gets there today, we'll have 2 Alexanders on board. And of course, on the Soyuz spacecraft that launched just a couple of weeks ago, we have NASA astronaut Don Pettit, and then Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. And a really fun fact about Alexei.
Freedom SpaceX on the big loop for suit leak checks.
Freedom is with you.
All right, Nick, you are go for suit leak checks per 4.011.
Go for suit leak checks. SpaceX Freedom on the big loop. Section 2, 2.2, ready to pressurize.
SpaceX is with you. You are go for commanding 2.3. Initiate suit leak check.
Freedom, Captain, go.
Good news there that our suit leak checks are well underway.
Yeah, again, they do wear these suits. These are still considered dynamic portions of the mission. Like you talked about, these are really moving, the space station and Dragon are moving pretty slowly in relation to one another because you have to have a very slow and methodical approach to the space station. But in reality, they are moving at orbital velocity, so 17,500 miles around Earth. And so during these dynamic phases of flight, we just had the approach initiation burn, and we're getting into docking when we're bringing 2 spacecraft together, 260 miles above Earth. We keep our crew suited up and in their seats just in case they needed to take any actions like retreating or breaking out from the space station. But it seems like everything's going pretty smoothly so far.
Yeah, everything is going well today, but one of the cool things about the suits that the astronauts are putting on right now and doing those leak checks on is that they really are designed to keep the astronauts safe in the event of an emergency. The material and everything on board the suits is designed for the off-nominal case, so that even though hopefully everything goes the way it is today, really nice and smooth, we're ready for those off-nominal scenarios if they were to occur.
And those suits are custom tailored for each crew member. And they also provide different things. So there's an umbilical on the suit that connects to the seat itself. And when they were getting suited up yesterday, there's kind of a little briefcase that it can help connect to as well. And that provides them things like cooling. That's also their communications outlet. So they have the ability to get in those suits and have communications through their helmet. When they are floating around the spacecraft, there is a microphone that they can grab and use at any time. So they don't have to stick their head in the helmet really quickly if they want to talk to somebody. But it does allow continuous communication for the crew with anybody here on the ground.
which is great because that's how we're able to hear them through the big loop right now. But once they get to the space station, those IVA suits, which stands for intervehicular activity suits, won't be needed anymore. So once they're out of their suits and ready to go on board the ISS, those Dragon spacesuits will stay on board Dragon for the remainder of the mission.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. There's quite a difference between the IVA or intravehicular activity suit, like you mentioned, and the EMU, the extravehicular mobility unit. An EMU is when you think of a spacewalk, and NASA astronauts out on a spacewalk and the International Space Station, you see a bigger, a bulkier suit. That's an EMU. But of course, we did see just a couple of weeks ago the first commercial spacewalk with a new developed spacesuit, and that was still considered an IVA suit. Is that correct, or is it considered?
That's an EVA suit.
Okay.
So it's basically an evolution of SpaceX's IVA suit that was designed specifically for the Polaris Dawn mission in support of that first commercial astronaut spacewalk that has ever been done, which was just, to me, so exciting to see. Because like you mentioned earlier, the spacewalks are, to me, the most exciting part of human spaceflight. You have this amazing communication between the astronauts outside of either the ISS or the capsule, working together, communicating with the ground. And it was great to see that not just on station, like we've seen it many times before and hopefully many times in the future, but also on board Dragon.
Now, again, we did lift off on time yesterday. Just
freedom on the big loop. 2 good suits.
SpaceX copies and concurs. At this point, we'll consider 4.011 complete, and that should also mean 4.010 complete.
We're tracking the same.
All right, good news. 2 good suit leak checks. That coming from NASA astronaut Nick Hague, who's the commander aboard Dragon right now. Again, 2 suits. It's he and Roscosmos cosmonaut Aleksandr Gorbunov. So we're bringing the station residents up to 11 today.
I feel like that's going to make station kind of a party for at least the next couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, check it out. That's the International Space Station, our home in low Earth orbit, and the destination of Dragon today. This point of view coming from Dragon itself. Now, we did hear earlier that the crew aboard the space station can also see Dragon at this time. So as we get a little bit closer, we might be able to see Dragon from the station as well.
And we're getting great views right now inside of Dragon, looking up at those screens as our 2 crew members begin to approach the ISS.
Now, as we mentioned, we are here in Hawthorne at SpaceX, and we have Mission Control Hawthorne just over to our left, monitoring everything aboard the Dragon spacecraft itself. But we have 2 spacecraft in this game today, the other one being the International Space Station in low Earth orbit. So for a little update in that side of the house, I'm going to toss it over to my colleague, Gary.
Hey, Leah and Ronnie, it is so great to be with you. We're over here at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, following along with the operations of Crew 9, Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov, on the way to the International Space Station. We just heard an update that they had a great suit leak check, and we are counting down to the approach initiation mid-course maneuver. This is a maneuver that allows the Dragon spacecraft any course correction maneuvers necessary to align ourselves with the next waypoint, waypoint 0, right underneath the International Space Station. That allows for the next series of maneuvers, which Leah, you and Ronnie have both went over beautifully, to sweep out right in front of the International Space Station in preparation for docking. In the meantime, the teams here in Mission Control Houston are preparing for the docking of the 2 crew members to the International Space Station to bring the orbiting complex's population up to 11. So in the past couple of hours, NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore got a head start on preparing some of the monitoring tools that are necessary from the inside of the International Space Station. While the 2 crew members are approaching the International Space Station, they're going to have help from across the United States, but also from aboard the orbiting complex. It'll be NASA astronauts Mike Barrett as well as Matt Dominic that are in the cupola monitoring the operations of Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov making their way to the International Space Station. Here in the room, though, we're following along. Teams are led by the flight director Marcos Flores, who is leading the teams here for the docking operations. The voices that you're going to hear from Mission Control in Houston is Tess Caswell, one of the Capcoms. Sitting next to her is NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, some of the voices you'll be hearing from here in the room. The space station has to be prepared in such a way to receive the Crew 9 Dragon, Dragon Freedom, and so the ISS itself is being configured for its docking attitude. In fact, some of the SARJs, the Solar Alpha Rotary Joints, are locked and in a feathered position. They need to be maintained in a position for the docking operations, and in fact, there will be attitude control maneuvers to make sure that Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov make their way safely to the International Space Station. Everything's looking well on our side, and we're counting down to that approach initiation mid-course maneuver. And we're following along with the operations all along the way. Very soon we'll be entering inside the approach ellipsoid. Right now we've been undergoing joint operations, but once we're inside the approach ellipsoid, we're operating by joint flight rules, and we'll make those incremental steps to get those 2 crew members docked and on board the orbiting complex. With that, everything's looking good from here in Mission Control Houston, so I'll send it back over to you both in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Gary. Great to see how things are going in Houston, and it does sound like things are pretty smooth this morning. So again, standing by for that mid-course maneuver coming up in about 9 minutes. This view on the right side of your screen from Dragon itself, and that one from Dragon of the space station. That's where we're heading today.
It's really looking great. It has to be exciting after this whole journey. Again, beginning yesterday, if you happen to join us for yesterday's webcast, we did lift off from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station just about 27 hours ago now. And our Crew 9 astronauts have been making their way to the International Space Station. Right now, everything is looking good, and we are tracking an initial contact between Dragon and the space station, which is expected here in just a little bit more than an hour.
If you take a look inside, you can see those 3 crew displays. That's how the crew is monitoring their approach to the International Space Station. They were able to watch the launch and rendezvous all the same way. They do not need to take command over anything during this time. They do have the ability, though, if needed, to take command, but it is a fully autonomous ride. And then on the left, you can see Dragon from the International Space Station. Let's take a look. It looks like they are flying 269 statute miles over the Tasman Sea in an orbital daytime.
Great views here of both vehicles on your screen. Again, if you are just joining us, that is Dragon on the left-hand side and the ISS on the right. Of course, as we get a little bit closer to docking, Dragon's actually going to swing up in front of the station to approach the Harmony module, which means that as great as this view of Dragon with the Earth in the background is, we are not going to have it as we get closer to docking because we are going to move up into that approach axis.
And once Dragon gets to the Harmony module, it'll be docking on the Node 2 forward port. That's the most forward port on the International Space Station. There is another that is the Zenith port, or that's the space-facing port, and that is where the Crew 8 Dragon is docked right now. So there'll be 2 Dragons for our crew members on the space station once Crew 9 arrives today. However, not for long, because we are expecting this handover period to take just about a week. That allows the Crew 8 astronauts to bring the Crew 9 crew members up to speed, make sure that they are ready to take over everything that they've been working on over the last several months. So once that handover period is complete, obviously we also have to take a look at what the weather looks like here on Earth, because this is a splashdown. Need to make sure everything is good around the coast of Florida, whether that's on the Gulf side or the Atlantic side, whatever we choose to target for the return of Crew 8 before we send 4 crew members home. And that'll bring us back down to 7 people living and working on the space station. Now, we've had 9 most of the summer with Butch and Sunny joining the space station crew, but once we say farewell to Crew 8, we'll be back down to 7, and we consider that typically like an average number or an average complement.
I'm sure that if they wind up with any extra days for their handover there, depending on weather for splashdown conditions, that will be welcome for the crew on board, in no small part because, as you mentioned, we've had a couple of additional people above that standard contingent on station all summer, meaning there's a lot of scientific research that's been going on, and I'm sure a lot of very detailed handoff operations that need to take place.
Now, again, I mentioned we are in an orbital daytime right now, and so the International Space Station sees about 16 sunrises and sunsets a day. When they cross over from day to night, that's called the Terminator line. And so they see a beautiful sunrise, and we have that for about 45 minutes before they move into a nighttime. So one thing that you have to be conscious of when you send crew members to space is the circadian rhythm. So there are actually specially developed lights on the International Space Station to simulate different times of day. That way, as they move throughout their day, you know, we're used to when the sun sets here, that means the day is over. But if you see it 16 times that day, it could be a little bit confusing. So some of those lights help regulate the body's responses to what time of day it is, and even wind down in the evening.
It would be incredible to get the opportunity to watch sunset every 90 minutes, though. I think that would be an exciting aspect of being on space.
You would have to pull me out of the cupola. Now, I just got an update that the mid-course maneuver is in work, so we are standing by. Again, a small burn like this one just helps us retarget or realign the International Space Station as we continue moving ever closer. If you squint really hard on the left side, you can see that the nose cone is open on Dragon. That happened shortly after launch yesterday, maybe about 12 minutes after launch, or 13 minutes, we started opening that nose cone, and that protects the hatch while we are launching. But once we're in space, obviously we want that exposed so that as we get to the space station today, we can connect the two spacecraft together and eventually welcome our 2 new crew members on board.
The next major milestone we're tracking on our flight today is expected to be Dragon's arrival at waypoint 0. Just about 20 minutes from now. Again, waypoint 0 is going to be one of those first checkpoints during our approach to the station. Dragon can hold there at 400 meters at waypoint 0, but if all of its systems check out, Dragon can continue on its approach to waypoint 1.
Now, waypoint 1, or the Dragon's move from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1, that swings it up and out in front of the station, arriving at a distance of approximately 200 meters, and 220 meters, I should say, because that puts it on what we call
Freedom. SpaceX on the big loop. Mid-course correction maneuver is complete. Performance nominal. The trajectory has converged on waypoint 0.
Good turn and converge to waypoint 0.
All right, just as we were discussing, it really just refines that trajectory, and it's putting them up toward waypoint 0. So that's our next major milestone. But once we move past waypoint 0 and to waypoint 1, again, that's about 220 meters directly in front of the space station. So that puts us on the docking axis, which essentially means it's directly in front of the docking port. And again, today they are headed to the forwardmost port on station. That is node 2 forward. So again, Dragon is docked to node 2. We call it Harmony for all of our crewed missions so far, because that's where both international docking adapters are located. And these are installed for new commercial spacecraft flights, as well as any other future spacecraft that use the international docking standard.
These views we're getting of Dragon right now are incredible, with the clouds on Earth in the background.
Yeah, let's take a look. It looks like they are actually flying 264 statute miles just north of New Zealand. So if we didn't have those clouds, we might have gotten a really beautiful look at New Zealand below. I'm sure they'll get plenty of chances over the next 5 months as they look out the cupola.
Moving forward in our timeline today, once Dragon is only 20 meters away at waypoint 2, the spacecraft focuses on aligning its docking system with the International Docking Adapter, or IDA for short. We may hear the call out CHOP over the nets, which stands for Crew Hands Off Point, a little less than 30 seconds before docking. At that point, any aborts would have to be done automatically by Dragon.
Of course, once we get that close to the space station, the next major milestone is crew arrival, so docking. Dragon will fly in and make contact with the International Docking Adapter, and that's what we call soft capture. That soft capture ring will then retract until sensors indicate it's time for 12 hooks to drive in place and give us the hard capture that will firmly secure Dragon to its new home on the International Space Station. The space station crew, it'll be mainly NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps, will manually pressurize the vestibule, or the area between the Dragon hatch and the station hatch. But I feel like we always see a handful of crew members floating in and out, helping out with that effort. I think it's a pretty exciting time for everyone when new folks arrive at the station. So while they're pressurizing that vestibule, the umbilicals that provide power, audio, and data communications and connections from the station to Dragon are put in place. And then it's time for the leak checks and the hatch opening, which is currently timelined to come a little more than 2 hours after docking. Again, targeting docking today around 2:30 p.m. Pacific time, so just about an hour from now. Now, our next call-outs we expect to hear a little less than 7 minutes from now are the go and no-go for waypoint 0 approach. Again, we don't have to stop at waypoint 0, but they have the opportunity if they need to.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Dragon range is approximately 1,000 meters. Monitor long-range approach per steps 1 to 4 in 1.102 Dragon approach and retreat monitoring. ISS crew is now back up for vehicle approach monitoring.
Station copies 1.102, step 1.
Currently aboard the International Space Station itself, it's about 8 p.m. because they use GMT or Greenwich Mean Time. And so it is winding down most of the day for our crew members on orbit. However, like we mentioned earlier, NASA astronauts Matt Dominic and Mike Barrett will be in the cupola and helping to monitor the arrival of Dragon. But as we just heard, a reminder that really Nick and Aleksandr are prime for monitoring the arrival of their spacecraft. The crew on the space station could send any retreat commands to Dragon if they absolutely needed to, but we expect that our crew members inside the spacecraft itself would be primed for that. And we did just have a satellite handover. So we use the tracking data and relay satellite systems aboard the International Space Station. These are positioned in different locations, and as we hand over from one to another, it's all planned and tracked, but it means we do lose some video communications at some points, and sometimes even audio, but we expect to regain that pretty shortly.
Right on time. They're back, yeah. We are, of course, tracking Dragon with a camera at the moment, so that means we're adjusting it manually periodically. So you may see it move around a little bit on your screen. But when Dragon does come back into view, you'll have a really good view of that forward, there we go, that forward nose cone open so that we can see that docking adapter, which is what, of course, we will use to mate to the ISS, first through that soft capture, then that hard capture. And then when we open up the hatch a couple of hours later, that is the section of the spacecraft that our 2 astronauts will move through as they join the Expedition 72 crew.
I did just get a notification that we are inside the AE, or the approach ellipsoid. Again, that is the first of those invisible boundaries around the International Space Station that we monitor. That means that if Dragon, before it has the go to approach or go inside the AE, it has to be 24 hours safe. So if it were to somehow lose control of its thrusters, it would take 24 hours for it to move inside that approach ellipsoid. So the next of those invisible boundaries is the keep out sphere. It's a little bit different. You have a 6-hour free safe trajectory, meaning that neither Dragon nor station would impact each other. These views are pretty amazing, and they are coming to us from Cronus in Houston. That's one of our flight control team members in Mission Control itself. And so they are tracking Dragon, and you can see them moving the camera as they keep up with the spacecraft continuing to approach the space station.
We've said it already on this particular webcast, but it's worth repeating that the approach ellipsoid is significant in large part because these vehicles are both moving so fast. Again, the approach ellipsoid is about 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 4 kilometers. But in terms of spacecraft orbital dynamics, that's actually pretty close, in no small part because both Dragon and the International Space Station right now are traveling more than 17,000 miles per hour, which also means they're orbiting the Earth roughly every 90 minutes.
And again, I just mentioned that these views are coming from the Cronus console. I have the full definition now. That one's always hard for me to remember, but it stands for Communication Radio Frequency Onboard Network Utilization Specialist. So you can't blame me if I can't spat it out right away. But yes, our team members at that console are providing us great views of Dragon and usually do such a great job.
Freedom SpaceX on the big loop. Ground is go for approach 0, and we'll be enabling the maneuver shortly. Expected approach 0 start at 204530 Zulu.
Freedom copies 204530 Zulu, and we see the flag.
All right, so a little bit about this mission. You know, we have what most people are familiar with is the idea of a mission patch. These have gone back generations. But if you don't know how they come to exist, for decades now, crew members have worked together to develop the patch for their mission, and they determine what aspects of the mission they want to highlight and any special details they'd like to include. Now, the crew themselves can design their patch, or they can share their design ideas with an artist who make it come to life.
The Crew 9 mission patch, which you have a great view of on your screen right now, depicts the trail of a rocket launching en route to the International Space Station, which will be home for long-duration expedition dedicated to service, science, and collaboration.
Coastal waves are inspired by the historic Florida launch site and on a larger scale represent our blue planet, the global ocean, which you get a live view of right now, connecting all the continents.
And then a falcon with the number 9 as its beak and a crescent moon as its eye is a nod to the Falcon 9 rocket, while the constellation Draco honors the Dragon spacecraft that is taking Crew 9 to their destination and that we are watching live from space right now.
The Delta symbol, which was first used in 1961, evokes historic ties to the earliest days of space endeavors.
Human exploration of space is built on international collaboration and depends on the support of multitudes across the globe whose efforts honor that heritage.
I love mission patches. I love looking back at some of my favorites, but I love the colors in this one. It's definitely been a favorite. So yesterday, we saw a look at the zero-G indicator, which is always a surprise for us, too. I had no idea what to expect. But it was a small Falcon plush that had been to space before. We heard Nick Hague talking about it, the commander. It flew with he and Aleksandr on their Soyuz flight to the station in 2019. And what I wanted to mention earlier was Aleksandr is also on the space station right now. So they're doing a reunion in space. It'll be he, Nick Hague, and this Falcon plush. And they've now arrived on 2 different spacecraft this time, but back together in space.
I love those testaments to really like the human nature behind human spaceflight, whether it's the mission patch or the zero-G indicator. And of course, it should be a good reunion for that team when they finally get on board the ISS.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, still getting great views of Dragon as it continues its approach to the International Space Station. It looks like the next major milestone will be the go, no-go to approach waypoint 1. So expecting that in just a couple of minutes. We've had a couple of great burns, or I should say successful burns, keeping us on track with the station this morning. Again, though, looking to move to waypoint 1 in just a couple of minutes. So standing by for those calls.
The zoom out we're getting on Dragon right now is really putting in perspective the size of the capsule relative to the Earth behind it.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're zoomed in so close, and it's a testament to how good the cameras are outside the space station too. You could see every little detail almost, and they're still pretty far away. So they've not quite reached waypoint 0 yet. We're going to be waiting for that go no go for waypoint 1, as I just mentioned, in just a couple of minutes. But they are still a little bit away from the space station. Again, they'll be swinging up and out in front. So pretty soon we will lose those views of Earth behind Dragon as it becomes out in front of the space station.
So we have to enjoy them now while we have them.
Yes.
All that being said, Dragon is still really moving pretty fast as it approaches the station. Just a couple of minutes ago, we heard the call out from Mission Control that they were about 1,000 meters away. And again, waypoint 0 is just 400 meters away. So we're moving pretty quickly considering how big Dragon and the ISS both are.
We are now, again, both Dragon and the International Space Station traveling about 260 miles above Earth. So let's see if I can pull up our trajectory or our map again. It looks like they are flying just over Kiribati. So that is in the Pacific Ocean. And they'll be moving south of Hawaii soon. But you can actually spot the International Space Station with your naked eye. I love being able to look up, and I wave at them every time. I know they can't see me. I'm not even a speck to them from the International Space Station, but we do have an amazing app called Spot the Station where you can plug in your location and you can get almost real-time updates, or actually you can get real-time updates of when they will be flying overhead and where to locate them. There's now kind of a trajectory path. It'll help you by using your camera and it'll align with the space station so you know exactly where to look. But it's hard to miss once you're outside because I believe it is the second brightest object in the night sky, only second to the moon itself.
I'm always impressed when I see the ISS go over. It is much brighter than you would expect it to be, so there's no mistaking it for a plane or anything like that. And obviously the Spot the Station app is really helpful in making sure that you don't miss it when you can see it.
Truly, it is unmistakable. Once you see it coming over the horizon, you're like, that is definitely it. And part of that, really, the reason you can see it so well is because of the size of the solar arrays on it. So you can only see it in dusk and dawn when it is dark outside, but the sun is still reflecting on those solar arrays. So it is just like a bright, beautiful star coming across the sky. And like you mentioned, there's no blinking light on it. So when you see it, you know it's not a plane. This is where we will have, once these two arrive today, we will have 11 people living and working aboard the station. Now, again, just a recap of where we've been so far. Yesterday, we launched on time at 10:17 a.m. Pacific time, and about 45 minutes after liftoff at 11:03 a.m. Pacific, Dragon executed the phase burn. That was the first of 5 major burns required to raise Dragon's orbit and position it for approach to the International Space Station. Dragon raised its orbit using those Draco thrusters over the last several hours as it chases down its destination.
And then shortly after that, the boost burn took place at 7:58 p.m. Pacific. The boost burn put our crew in an orbit where Dragon's apogee, or the highest point, was about 10 kilometers lower than the station. But before we can approach the space station, we need Dragon's entire orbit, not just that highest point, to be effectively shadowing the space station. So after that, we executed the close co-elliptic burn at 8:42 p.m. Pacific. The close burn placed Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station, meaning it was maintaining an orbit roughly 10 kilometers lower than the station, or roughly 6 miles, the entire way around the Earth. Again, that's in contrast to only being 10 kilometers lower than the station during Dragon's apogee, or the highest point in its orbit, which was achieved by that previous boost burn.
From there, this morning at 7:54 a.m. Pacific, we executed the 4th major maneuver known as the transfer burn. That's where we raised Dragon's apogee, or the highest point of its orbit, to just 2.5 kilometers lower than the station. Then we conducted the final co-elliptic burn at 8:41 a.m. Pacific to once again maintain a constant orbit lower than the station all the way around. Again, that time just 2.5 kilometers below. That burn lasted just over 30 seconds. We also added in the approach out of plane burn at 11:30 a.m. Pacific to further refine Dragon's trajectory to the space station.
During this approach, SpaceX flight controllers will work in tandem with the NASA team in Houston to maneuver Dragon Freedom to the proper altitude. And we've already heard a lot of conversation back and forth between both teams on the nets already. Together, they'll initialize the navigation sensors used for this methodical approach to station. They'll also activate and test out a number of systems on Dragon, including bidirectional communications with the station using the C2V2 system. C2V2 stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, and it sets up a data stream from Dragon to the station, giving us another path for Dragon telemetry to come to the ground and giving an additional command capability to astronauts aboard the station.
At approximately 1:01 p.m. Pacific, we saw Dragon fire the approach initiation burn when we were about 2.5 kilometers below the station and about 7 kilometers behind it. That is swinging Dragon up until it's about a quarter mile directly below the station. That's also moving Dragon inside the approach ellipsoid. So we did hear a confirmation of that shortly earlier. That's also called the AE, an imaginary shape measuring 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers and essentially a large three-dimensional oval. The capsule was considered to be on what we call a 24-hour safe trajectory. That means if Dragon somehow lost control to all its thrusters, it would be at least 24 hours before its trajectory would move inside the approach ellipsoid.
Next up, we're standing by to hear the NASA and SpaceX teams do a go, no-go poll to move Dragon inside of the keep-out sphere, another checkpoint that consists of an imaginary sphere around the station, this time with a radius of just 200 meters. Flight controllers use this to monitor all arriving and departing vehicles. This is another chance to confirm that all of the guidance, navigation, and control systems are working correctly on Dragon before moving closer to station. Great views now on your screen of Dragon both outside the capsule and inside the capsule as we are looking over the shoulder of our 2 Crew 9 members on board Dragon. The keep-out sphere carries a similar requirement to the approach ellipsoid that if Dragon were to somehow lose control of its thrusters, it and the space station would be safe for 4 orbits, or about 6 hours, rather than the 24 hours required to enter the approach ellipsoid. Once Dragon arrives at 400 meters below the station, it will be at what is known as waypoint 0, and we're standing by for that confirmation now. That's our first checkpoint during our approach. The vehicle can either hold there at 400 meters, but if all of its systems check out, it can also continue on its approach to waypoint 1.
And I just got an update as you were saying that we are now in waypoint 0. So now that we are here, we will move up to waypoint 1. That'll swing Dragon up and out in front of the station, arriving at a distance of approximately 220 meters. That'll put us on the docking axis, so that means we'll be directly in front of the docking port. And again, we're going to node 2 forward. That is the forward-most port on station. Dragon is always docked to node 2, also known as Harmony, because that is where the IDAs are, or the International Docking Adapters, and that is for all of these commercial spacecraft flights, as well as any futures.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Approach 0 has started and trajectory converged on waypoint 1. Expect arrival at waypoint 1 at 2110.
Copies. Arrival at 2001.
All right, confirmation from the Corps, the Crew Operations and Resource Engineer here in Hawthorne, to the crew aboard Dragon that they are indeed now at waypoint 0 and will begin moving up to waypoint 1.
And Dragon, that our waypoint 1 arrival time is 2110.
That's 2110.
All right, confirmation. We did just reach the waypoint 0 milestone, and we are now heading up to waypoint 1. We'll be swinging out and in front of the space station, so enjoy those views of Dragon with Earth behind it, because we will soon be losing those as we will see Dragon with space behind it, bringing it out in front of the International Space Station. And it sounds like we can expect that arrival in about 22 minutes at waypoint 1. So to give us a little more of insight of what's happening on the space station side of things, I'm going to toss it over to my colleague, Gary Jordan in Houston. Gary, how's it going?
Hey, Leah, going great. We're following along with the operations, same as you, all along the way. Great to see that approach 0 initiation has been executed. This is when Dragon is 400 meters immediately below the International Space Station, and as you said, is going to swing out and up in front. So yes, we're definitely enjoying the same views that you are over there in Hawthorne. Now, aboard the International Space Station, Matt Dominic and Mike Barrett are in the cupola watching and getting these incredible views that we're seeing now, but they have the backup capabilities and a connection with the Dragon to execute any abort abilities. But right now, they're just monitoring. Everything looking fantastic aboard the Dragon, and its approach to the International Space Station happening per the timeline. And we're expecting a docking time around the expected time at this hour, 4:30 p.m. Central Time. Now, as the Dragon swings up and around in front of the International Space Station, we can confirm that the space station itself is in the docking attitude. Thrusters have been moved over to the Russian thrusters, and the attitude is in an expected configuration optimal for the docking of Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov to the International Space Station, which you're seeing there on the screen to your right. And of course, seeing views of the International Space Station all along the way. Now, a little bit more about what to expect once the Dragon moves in front of the docking axis. That waypoint 1 is right outside an area that's called the Keep Out Sphere. Now, outside of that, you're hearing these go, no-go polls, and we're providing updates of the joint teams that are working together to make sure that the crew is safely approaching the International Space Station, and all requirements are being passed before proceeding to go to the next milestone. That milestone of waypoint 1 is just outside the Keep Out Sphere. Once we're inside the Keep Out Sphere, which is about 180 meters away from the International Space Station from the docking axis, then we're in a new set of flight rules. We'll plan to pause at about the waypoint 2 marker. This is just about 20 meters in front of the docking axis. If everything looks good, it'll just be a short changeover in the mode to enable the final approach for contact and capture with the forward port of the International Space Station. From there, we'll say farewell to our colleagues over that you are covering over there in Hawthorne, in SpaceX Mission Control with Leah and Ronnie, and we'll take coverage here in Mission Control Houston to oversee the hatch opening and welcome ceremony operations. There's a few hatches on board the International Space Station that we need to pass. There's the Dragon hatch itself, of course, but there's also an 8-pass hatch that's on the other side of that hatch, as well as the Node 2 hatch. 3 hatches to get through until the 2 crew members aboard Crew 9 can be welcomed by the 9 crew members aboard the International Space Station. But as mentioned, the International Space Station is in the right configuration. The docking configuration, and will remain as such. The view that you're seeing on your screen where the space station is pointed, it will remain pointed in that position. You can see the solar arrays that are sort of the wings from this perspective of the Crew 9 Dragon Freedom vehicle. Those solar alpha rotary joints that control the solar arrays on the International Space Station have been locked, and they'll be in that position to avoid any uninterrupted communication and maximize our TDRS coverage views and the beautiful views we're getting from both the station as well as the Crew 9 Dragon, and minimize any interference with any of the thrusters that are on board. Now, in these the dual view you'll see the views from the station and the Dragon get incrementally interrupted. That's expected as both vehicles are traveling 17,500 miles per hour. Dragon cabin views are enabled by ground stations positioned strategically around the Earth. So we'll be sharing some of the views from inside the Dragon cabin as we get them, as they are beautiful views, and it's wonderful to see over the shoulders of Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov the views of the internet from the International Space Station that we're seeing now as Crew 9 Dragon passes over the Earth are covered by the tracking data and relay satellites. These are satellites that are positioned in a geosynchronous orbit approximately 23,000 miles from the Earth, whereas the vehicles we're seeing now are approximately 250 miles. Now you see we'll be having some intermittent loss of that video coverage. That's expected. As we orbit the Earth, the antennas will be hopping from one of the TDRS satellites to the other, and we'll be providing as much coverage as we can. During docking operations, we do make sure that our KU band frequency capabilities to provide the beautiful video that we see is maximized, but we will have incremental loss, and so we're experiencing that now as we continue with ground station coverage from the Dragon itself, providing these views of the International Space Station. As Dragon swings out and up in front of the International Space Station, we're starting to get views of that Zenith port, where the other Crew Dragon is docked. That's Dragon Endeavour docked to the Zenith port of the International Space Station. The Crew 8 astronauts on board will be welcoming Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov soon after docking, but they'll begin a 7-day handover period until they undock at approximately October 7th is the date that we're currently tracking for the earliest opportunity for Crew 8 to undock and splash down off the coast of Florida, returning the 4 astronauts home and cosmonauts.
Freedom SpaceX on the big loop. We're going to be commanding an increase to our C2V2 rate. We'll have a temporary drop in C2V2 return from Dragon for a little bit.
Freedom copies.
C2V2 is the common communication for visiting vehicles. The vehicles you're seeing now are not too far away, about 320 meters away from each other, just outside the keep-out sphere and swinging out and up in front of the station. Now, we talked about TDRS coverage and ground station coverage, but there is a link that allows the two vehicles to talk to one another. That's through a system called the Common Communication for Visiting Vehicles, C2V2. On board the International Space Station, NASA astronauts Matt Dominic and Mike Barrett are currently inside the cupola, getting some beautiful views of Dragon making its approach to the International Space Station, but they're also receiving data through this common communication link. Some of the data they're seeing of the range rate, and vehicle status and health are all being transmitted from the Dragon to the International Space Station. Status of that link will be provided over the Dragon to ground and big loops, Dragon to ground loops and big loops as we make our way around the Earth and continue with our coverage of the approach and docking. We're now over the continental United States, about 260 statute miles over the northern continental United States, getting some great views as Dragon makes its way towards the docking axis. Station and Dragon, almost directly over the northern border of North Dakota. We're getting views in the distant southern Canadian landscape. You can see Dragon moving sort of up from this view. These views provided by the external cameras that are mounted on the outside of the International Space Station. The camera's zoom and focus and aperture are being controlled by flight controllers here on the ground. In fact, here in the room with me at Mission Control Houston, that position is called the Cronus. They have autonomous control of the cameras on the outside and are able to use the pan, tilt, and zoom functions of the external cameras to provide these great views. We're closing in on 4 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. over there in the Pacific Coast, continuing to track Dragon's approach to the International Space Station. Now getting some distant views on some of northern Ontario, and of course the horizon of Earth. Now this view provided from the external cameras aboard station of Dragon, with the nose cone open and the forward bulkhead facing the International Space Station. That provides the communication link, very strong link, and some of the forward bulkhead Dracos are now coming into view as Dragon becomes a little bit closer. We're just a little more than 300 meters from the station at this point. Now this slow trajectory is moving us up into what's called the docking axis. The docking axis is immediately in front of the space station today. We're heading towards the forwardmost port. Dragon Endeavour is currently docked to the zenith port. This is the space-facing port. And Endeavour again will undock in approximately 7 days. This allows for a seamless handover of the Crew 9 crew and the Crew 8 crew before their departure. Endeavour is currently configured with extra seats for Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, both NASA astronauts, who are scheduled to return aboard the Crew 9 Dragon, with those seats outfitted for emergency capabilities, just in case. We're not going to be using them, though, because the Dragon and Freedom is well on its way to the International Space Station with those 2 empty seats. Upon
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, C2V2 transit rate increase is complete, so we're back with good comms.
Copies.
C2V2, again, that communications channel that is a link between the Dragon and the International Space Station. Back to a nominal config. We're now past the top of the hour and approximately 10 minutes away from the expected arrival of waypoint 1. The views you're seeing from the International Space Station illuminating the capsule of Dragon Freedom there are covered by the setting sun, and as we approach an orbital nighttime. As the station and Dragon Freedom pass over the western border of Quebec, the terminator line that separates daytime from nighttime is over the Atlantic Ocean. It'll be just a few minutes until the expected sunset, and we'll lose some of the views that we have currently of Dragon Freedom. Now we're getting a flashing light from the center hatch of the exposed forward bulkhead, thanks to the open nose cone. But that blinking light is called a docking light. We'll be seeing those views. As we enter into an orbital nighttime, we'll see some of the navigation lights lit up. This includes the starboard light and the port light, starboard being green, port being red. That will show the relative position and orientation and attitude of Dragon as it makes its approach to the station. Now getting some camera views from inside Dragon Freedom, covered by some of the ground stations strategically positioned around the Earth. On the center console there, you can see the trajectory of Dragon as it approaches waypoint 1. This will be right when it's right in the middle there. But the trajectory that you see that's curved is part of potential breakout maneuvers, which would be calculated at any point in Dragon's approach to the International Space Station to ensure the safety of the crew. We have passed several go, no-go checkpoints, everything looking healthy aboard Dragon and station. Ground teams in Houston and Hawthorne in position. tracking good health on both of the vehicles and great milestones, good trajectory. Everything's looking good to proceed past waypoint 1 inside the keep out sphere. In the view on your right, we're starting to come up on a view of the International Space Station from the docking axis. Not quite there yet. We're expected to be there in about 6.5 minutes. So we're right immediately in front of the International Space Station. From there, we'll make our slow and methodical push in towards the docking axis through several waypoints. Waypoint 1 being, of course, meeting at the docking axis immediately in front. Waypoint 2 being inside the keep out sphere. Commander Nick Hague in the view from inside the capsule. On the left from your screen, Mission Specialist Aleksandr Gorbunov on the right. Following along on Dragon's approach to waypoint 1 immediately in front. The sun ahead of an orbital sunset, illuminating the station's solar arrays. 8 sets of the legacy arrays in view. We're inside 5 minutes from the expected arrival of waypoint 1. The arrival of Dragon to waypoint 1 should coincide almost exactly with the expected time of an orbital sunset, where we will lose the illumination of the outside of Dragon from the sun. If this is the case, right when we hear the call up on the big loop that we have passed waypoint 1 and have begun what's called approach 1, this is the burn that actually allows Dragon to start moving inside the docking axis towards the keep out sphere, we might lose some of the illumination of the spacecraft, in which case you'll see some of the navigation lights, the green and the red lights. Sunrise is not expected until about 4:46 p.m. Central Time, 2:46 p.m. Eastern, in which case, if we proceed on the timeline as we are now, as expected, the expected docking time being just around 4:30, we will be docking during an orbital nighttime, which does meet the necessary lighting conditions for docking. Waypoint 1 arrival in just a little more than 2.5 minutes. We're continuing to follow along in the journey of Commander Nick Hague, NASA astronaut, and mission specialist Aleksandr Gorbunov, Roscosmos cosmonaut, on their way to the International Space Station. From here,
Freedom
Mission Control,
SpaceX
Houston.
on the Big Loop. Approach 1 and soft capturing extension will begin shortly. Dragon will continue approach to waypoint 2.
That call from the ground confirms that all teams are go to proceed past waypoint 1. There will be no stopping at the waypoint 1. Dragon will execute its approach 1 maneuver burn and does have a go to enter inside the keep out sphere. This is at the 180 mark. Waypoint 2, though, is just 20 meters in front of the docking axis. We'll be proceeding in very shortly. All teams are go, everything looking good here from the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas. With that, as we continue to follow along, I'll toss it back to my colleagues over in Hawthorne, Leah and Ronnie. Take it away.
Awesome. Thanks, Gary. So one of the things that's really interesting as we move up to waypoint 1 is that in a lot of ways, the trajectory we're on today, even though we've done these additional burns with Dragon's Draco thrusters, was set yesterday when we lifted off from Space Launch Complex 40. And that's part of the reason that we had an instantaneous launch window yesterday. A lot of that is driven by this rendezvous point between Dragon and the International Space Station in orbit, so that we can perform all of these maneuvers moving from waypoint 1 to waypoint 2, coming up here shortly, exactly on time and through this careful, very methodical approach between all of the teams currently participating. Here at SpaceX Hawthorne, obviously our crew on board Dragon, the International Space Station, and Mission Control in Houston. We are still expecting initial contact between Dragon and the International Space Station at about 2:30 p.m. Pacific time or 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. And before reaching waypoint 1, which again is coming up here very shortly, mission operators conducted a go, no-go poll, which we just heard, to allow Dragon to begin its approach to waypoint 2. That's, of course, located inside of the keep-out sphere, about 20 meters away from the space station.
Yeah, so again, like you just said, Ronnie is standing by to arrive at waypoint 1. However, we did hear the call that we will not be stopping at waypoint 1 today. There's always the option there if we wanted to stop at waypoint 1, and that brings us up and in front of the International Space Station, puts us on the docking axis, meaning we are right in front of Node 2, which is our docking port today, also known as Harmony. We actually had a really cool view earlier when we had that shot from Dragon where you could see Crew 8's Dragon at the zenith or space-facing port of Harmony. So hopefully, as we get closer, we get that view back. But once we get to waypoint 1, like you mentioned, we will start moving into waypoint 2. And if you look on the left of your screen, you can see Dragon changing color just a little bit. That was an orbital, let's see, sunrise? That was the delayed view of an orbital sunset. So they are now in an orbital nighttime, flying about 260 statute miles over the Atlantic Ocean. They'll be crossing over Africa soon. And if you see all those little colorful dots on your screen, not the ones on Dragon, but all of those other little specks, that is due to radiation hits on the camera. So those are not colorful stars in the background. I wish they were. That'd be very cool. But that is actually just a little bit of damage to the camera itself from being in the space environment.
Of course, the colorful dots on board Dragon are actually a pullover from the aviation industry, being used to indicate the port and starboard sides of Dragon itself.
We've talked a little bit about the, obviously, Dragon Freedom docking today with Crew 9, and then the Dragon with Crew 8 that arrived and is at the zenith port of the Harmony module. But there are other visiting spacecraft on the space station right now. Those include the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft, launched just a couple of weeks ago and brought up 3 additional crew members. They'll stay on board for about 6 months. We also have 2 Progress resupply spacecraft. Those are also from Roscosmos, Progress 88 and 89. Those are resupply spacecraft. So they come up with food, fuel, any materials or hardware for the crew living and working aboard. And then we also have Northrop Grumman's Cygnus 21, so their 21st flight to the International Space Station. That's another resupply spacecraft bringing up cargo and hardware.
Getting views still of Dragon as it approaches the space station here on your screen. Fading a little bit as we head into that orbital nighttime.
We have
Houston Station on 2 on the big loop, 1.102, step 3. We are ready for docking.
Houston copies, and at waypoint 2, Dragon will hold for approximately 5 minutes.
Station copies. In correction on previous call, we're in step 3, not step 2.
Houston copies.
That sounds like NASA astronaut Matt Dominic. He is monitoring from inside the cupola. That is our window to the world aboard the International Space Station. So almost all of the photos that you see taken by our crew members are taken from inside the cupola, and that also allows us to monitor the arrival and departure of spacecraft like Matt and his colleague, Mike Barrett, are also a NASA astronaut, are doing today. So we did hear the call out that they will hold at waypoint 2 for just a few minutes and then proceed in for docking. And good news that the station side is go for docking today.
Yeah, that's really exciting to hear, especially because we have been working through all of these methodical, careful steps in the lead up to this docking effort. About 20 meters away from the station's docking adapter, Dragon's approach is going to slow in preparation in part for that hold, and it will begin to align itself with the docking adapter to come in for that final approach.
Now, we did get confirmation that we have passed waypoint 1. Again, we're going to hold at waypoint 2. The waypoint 2 is about 20 meters from the International Space Station. So you can hold longer if you want to. We're going to hold about 5 minutes today, but you can hold longer if you want to, if you wanted to wait for better lighting conditions or just reconfiguring anything on either Dragon side or station side. But 5 minutes is a pretty short hold just to make sure everybody is ready for that final push in for docking. And then, like we also mentioned earlier, we'll have one last call out in that time frame, which will be CHOP. And that's the crew hands-off point. Happens about 2 meters from the International Space Station, so very close. And that means that if we needed to, if Dragon needed to back away from the space station at that time, it would not be executed by the crew. It would need to be executed by Dragon itself. So an autonomous retreat. And all of Dragon's flight has been autonomous from all of its burns and its rendezvous and its docking itself. It'll be completely flying on its own. Now, this view on the right side of your screen from Mission Control Hawthorne, they have been on console for the last 26 hours, actually almost 28 hours now, monitoring the flight of Dragon up to the International Space Station. Just a couple of hours ago, we heard that big loop configured, meaning that Hawthorne, Dragon, the International Space Station, and Mission Control in Houston are all able to talk to each other.
Freedom SpaceX on the big loop, self-capturing extension complete. Reminder, we will be holding for about 5 minutes at waypoint 2. If you'd like, you can keep your visors up until we are getting ready to command into approach 2 out of that hold.
And Freedom copies, good sub-duct ring extension. We're going to hold at waypoint 2. We'll keep visors up until then. And just to let you know, we are, station's pretty dark in the center line camera, looking at thermal until we get in closer.
SpaceX copies. Sounds good. And yeah, expected for the lighting conditions and eclipse now. Should brighten up in approach 2 on center line.
And copies.
Good confirmation there from Mission Control that we obviously have our Crew 9 astronauts suited up and waiting to approach that waypoint 2. We also heard the call out from Mission Control there that the astronauts are welcome to leave their visors up. One of the things that's pretty cool about the IVA suits is that they are fully integrated and tailored to the astronaut who is wearing them. So the visor is one of the only mobile parts of the suit. Everything else is connected. The helmet, the gloves, the boots, everything is custom tailored to the astronaut wearing that IVA suit, including everything going on to their communications with the ground, the umbilical that actually mates from the thigh of the suit to the chair on board of the Dragon spacecraft.
We did also hear that the soft capture ring is deployed. So there are sort of two phases to docking. There's soft capture, that's our initial contact for Dragon and the International Space Station. And then that ring will retract once we make that contact, and we'll start getting hard capture. That's when we get into those locks or those latches and hooks driving to provide a firm, secure connection from Dragon and the International Space Station. We'll also see some umbilical checks and connections as well, too. And we are standing by as well for a go, no go poll in Mission Control Houston. We may not hear it here, but we will have a go, no go poll from Mission Control Houston in just a couple of minutes for the docking. But it's good news all around so far. I heard that the astronauts aboard the International Space Station are ready for docking themselves. So we're standing by for Waypoint 2 coming up next. We may dock a little bit early today. We were targeting around 2:30 Pacific. That could happen about 2:26 p.m. Pacific time. So early is good. Early is good.
That's great. One of the other things we're hearing as we hear chatter back and forth between Mission Control are these beeps as comms begin, both outbound and inbound. Those actually date back all the way to the early days of human spaceflight and are known as Quindar tones. They used to effectively be radio signals that we had comms coming in and out. They're a holdover these days. They're not strictly necessary, but because they are part of the history of human spaceflight and a really convenient way for us to manage these communications back and forth between Mission Control and the astronauts, you can hear them on all of our crew launches on board Dragon, and obviously keeping us in touch not only with Dragon and Mission Control here in Hawthorne, but also the International Space Station and Mission Control Houston.
It also helps us know when that comms is coming here as communicators, because those are the most important comms of the day. Anything we say is much secondary. It takes a backseat to anything that you could hear from the crew members in orbit or the team members here on the ground really leading the operations. So we like to listen for those, and we are quick to be quiet as soon as we hear that there might be some crew comms incoming.
It also just sounds like space to me. I think it's the history of everything, and having seen it on all of the crew flights from Demo 2 to Crew 9 on board Dragon, that sounds like we have space coming in. I'm so always eager to hear what the crew or Mission Control has to say.
It looks like we're about 90 seconds away from Waypoint 2. Again, that's about 20 meters away from the space station. We are already on the docking axis, so we are right aligned with the Node 2 forward port, that Harmony forward port that Dragon will be calling home today.
And because of that, we are getting these views of Dragon with space in the background on that docking axis instead of the Earth behind it. So if you are just joining us, we don't have a super clear view right now, but the lights that you're seeing are Dragon on board your screen as it approaches the International Space Station. Again, if just in case you're just joining us, we are tracking initial contact between Dragon and our Crew 9 astronauts at about 2:26 p.m. Pacific time. That'll begin with that, obviously, soft capture followed by a hard capture. During the hard capture maneuver, Dragon will actually extend 12 hooks into the International Docking Adapter to make sure that we have really tight contact between Dragon and the space station before we begin pressurizing the vestibule between the two vehicles.
And again, we do expect that docking today will probably take place in darkness. Unfortunately, we love those views when we are in an orbital daytime. But like we mentioned earlier, we see 16 sunrises and sunsets a day. So we see about 45 minutes in darkness and 45 minutes in daylight. Right now, we are in one of those orbital night times, flying 261 statute miles over the country of Togo. So we are standing by again for Waypoint 2 arrival. We expect to pause, and it looks like we could see a couple of thruster firings as we get ready to execute that 5-minute hold at Waypoint 2 before moving in for final approach and docking to the Node 2 forward port with Dragon and Crew 9.
This is the second Dragon that's going to be mated to the International Space Station. Oh, we've got some good Draco pulses on your screen there right now. Again, this is the second Dragon that's going to be on board the ISS once we've got this docking complete today, because we do have the Crew 8 Dragon also currently mated to the International Space Station. Crew 8 and Crew 9 are going to do an active handover here, where the crews work together to transition current operations on board the station, any ongoing scientific research, and then Crew 8 will return home in about a week, depending on weather conditions, in the same capsule that they rode up on. So it's interesting because that capsule stays with the crew for the duration of their mission, which obviously means that we at SpaceX here are monitoring Dragon throughout the mission, from its initial launch, the entire time it's docked on station, through that splashdown for each crew.
did just get confirmation that we are holding at waypoint 2. So we may hear a call to the crew in just a moment confirming that as well. Again, expecting maybe a 5-minute hold, 20 meters right now away from the International Space Station. It is truly slow and steady, wins the race. With that 5-minute hold, we talked about maybe a 2:26 p.m. docking, a 2:30 p.m. docking. It's nebulous a little bit at this point. We just take the time that we need at this hold, and so we may be back a little bit closer to the 2:30 docking. But we will make sure to let you know exactly where the International Space Station and Dragon are flying and the time of docking as soon as that happens. So this is the final hold in the mission before we welcome Dragon and Crew 9 to the station itself.
This really is a dynamic phase of flight, too. Part of the reason that we're monitoring these things and listening in on mission control is that we have a lot of teams working together to assess the situation as it unfolds. So the good news is that we've had a really smooth flight so far for our Crew 9 astronauts who did lift off yesterday from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. They spent about 28 hours on their way to the International Space Station. And as Leah mentioned, we are holding here at waypoint 2, just about 20 meters away from the space station, awaiting that final approach and docking.
Currently, Mission Control Houston is conducting their poll to ensure that we are go for final approach and docking when we depart waypoint 2. Again, final hold point for today's mission. So this is really game time. We are getting close to seeing these 2 new crew members arrive at the space station. Again, once they dock, it'll take about 2 hours for all of the operations required before we see them float through the hatch. That includes vestibule depressurization. That's the space between Dragon and the International Space Station itself. And right now it is exposed to vacuum so that Dragon can dock. So
Freedom SpaceX on the big loop. Ground is go for final approach. Confirm crew readiness for approach and visors are down.
And SpaceX Freedom, visors down. We are go for docking.
SpaceX copies. As a reminder, once Dragon is inside the crew hands-off point, retreat and breakout are not permitted.
Copies.
And Freedom SpaceX, we are resuming approach.
Copies.
Awesome news there from Mission Control, and of course hearing our Crew 9 astronauts on board Dragon that we are go for docking. If you're watching closely, you're also seeing some great pulses from those Draco thrusters on board as Dragon approaches the ISS for that final docking maneuver.
again, that was the final hold, and we heard the communications that we are go for docking and have resumed that approach. So we will not hold again. And they discussed CHOP, which we mentioned earlier, the crew hands-off point. That's within 2 meters from the International Space Station.
Station Houston on the big loop. Dragon is on final approach and is go for docking. Monitor per steps 5 and 6 in 1.102. Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Station copies, step 5 and 6.
So those sound like similar communications, but the first was to the crew on Dragon. The second is to our crew monitoring in the cupola, and you hear them reference what they should be looking at, any procedures that they're referencing during this dynamic phase. And we're continuing to see Dragon get closer to the International Space Station, now about 17 meters away from the docking port. Again, we do expect to be in an orbital nighttime during docking, but this is a pretty cool view, as you can see a camera coming from Dragon and focusing on the docking port itself. So it looks like we are properly aligned with that Node 2 forward port as we continue to approach, now just 15 meters away.
Seeing good real-time readouts on your screen there. Just in the upper right-hand corner, you can see our LiDAR geometry indicating how close we are to the International Space Station. LiDAR, of course, stands for light radar, and it is used in maneuvers like this in space to help two spacecraft meet each other.
And that helps us to not need daylight when we are executing these maneuvers. So again, I mentioned this is happening in the dark. We can hold and wait for different lighting conditions if we needed to, but because we have this LiDAR technology, we're able to continue moving in. And like you mentioned, Ronnie, if you look in the top left, you can see we're now just about 10 meters away from the International Space Station. Oh, confirmation from the crew, 10 meters
Copy,
away.
10.
Of course, now we're also within that crew hands-off point, in large part because the autonomous systems on board Dragon, which we're getting kind of a representation of on your screen right now, are completing this final docking maneuver. Looks like just about 7.5 meters to go.
Again, first, we will be holding for soft capture. When that soft capture ring makes contact with the space station, that will then retract and begin hard capture. But docking for us is called at the time of soft capture.
5 meters.
Copy, 5.
Standing by for the arrival of Crew 9 to the International Space Station.
We are also getting some pretty good views here of Dragon approaching station, even though we are in an orbital nighttime and it's pretty dark. That's exciting to see how close these spacecraft are to each other.
Yeah, now just about 4 meters away. Standing by for the call for CHOP, crew hands-off point.
Freedom, 2 meters, hands off.
Less than 2 meters away, standing by for docking.
1 meter.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, soft capture confirmed.
Freedom, copy. Good soft capture.
Crew 9 has arrived to the International Space Station. Docking confirmed at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time over Botswana.
Now, we still have a few steps to complete before Dragon is securely attached to the station, so we're going to go ahead and follow those along as well. We are standing by for the hard capture sequence start, and then we will also hear a call out for hard docking complete. We're expecting that a little bit more than 10 minutes from now.
Freedom, SpaceX, ring retraction in progress.
Freedom copies. Retraction in progress.
Again, they're referencing the soft capture ring that will slowly retract and bring Dragon closer to the International Space Station. We'll get into that hard capture sequence with the hooks and latches, providing us a hard docking, and that happens about 10 minutes after docking itself. Again, Crew 9 arriving at the International Space Station as the station and Dragon were flying about 265 statute miles over Botswana at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Of course, those hard capture rings aren't the only thing that we're going to attach between Dragon and the space station. We also have a series of umbilicals and other systems that really help integrate Dragon to the space station once both vehicles are mated together.
And this continues to be a I don't want to say slow, but a methodical process of bringing the crew on board the space station. So yes, we do consider them docked at this point. We are awaiting for that hard dock to be confirmed, but we will still have a couple of hours before we actually open the hatch and see the crew fly through. So NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps on the space station side is going to be prime. She's the lead for pressurizing the vestibule, that space between Dragon and the station hatch that will be opened and allow the crew members to fly through it and join their new home for the next 5 months. So we will stand by for that. that, but that does take a couple of hours, and then we will finally have 11 people aboard the International Space Station for about the next week.
Has to be an exciting time to be on station. Obviously, at this point, everything we're doing, as you mentioned, is very methodical. And that's because we're still in a dynamic phase of flight before we have all 11 members of our crew together on board Expedition 72. We've obviously heard a couple call outs to our crew that they are wearing their IVA suits, now visors down, due to the dynamic nature of this flight environment. And we'll move through all of these steps until we can bring everybody together. And then, like you mentioned earlier, maybe change into something that's a little bit less spacefaring, a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, we'll probably see them float through in something like their flight suits. You know, NASA astronauts typically wear blue flight suits, so we'll see what they show up in today. But I am definitely looking forward to seeing them float through the hatch. Now, again, we only have 2 crew members on Dragon today arriving, and the 2 empty seats that were with them will be occupied by NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams upon their return sometime next February. So we will be excited to see them back on Earth as well. So it's about a 5-month stay for NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov, who have just docked to the International Space Station. Again, that happening at 4:30 p.m. Central, 5:30 Eastern, just about 4 or 5 minutes ago now. We are still standing by for soft capture ring retraction to be complete before the hard capture sequence starts and we get into driving those hooks and latches and firmly securing Dragon to the space station.
If you joined us during our webcast yesterday, you know that these hooks were actually exposed when we opened the nose cone shortly after Dragon made it to orbit. That's one of our major milestones during our launch event. We did have an on-time liftoff yesterday from Space Launch Complex 40, followed by
Freedom SpaceX ring retraction complete, docking sequence holding for MCS reconfiguration.
Copy, holding for MCS reconfig.
So confirmation that the soft capture ring, that first step in the docking process, has completely retracted. We will soon move into the hard capture process. Sounds like they're standing by for reconfiguration before doing so. But you can hear that the crew on Dragon are still speaking with the core here in Hawthorne, the crew operations resource engineer. So once they float into the hatch, though, they really become Expedition 72 crew members, not just Crew 9 crew members. And they will start communicating almost solely with the flight director the Capcom in Houston. That's the capsule communicator. Really serves the same role as what we have here in Hawthorne with the core. That's the single person in the room that communicates with the crew. That keeps all of the communications streamlined, so you don't have a ton of different voices at different consoles.
Station Houston, on the big loop, MCS configured, proceeding with hook driving.
Station copies.
There's confirmation there that we are moving forward with that hard docking and that we're talking over the big loop. So as you mentioned earlier, right now we're all communicating each team with different key personnel to minimize the amount of crosstalk that we have, but everyone can hear each other. The big loop does include mission control here in SpaceX, mission control Houston, the Dragon spacecraft, and the International Space Station.
And I can see that we do have those hooks starting to drive. There are 2 sets of 6, so we'll have 1 set of 6 that will listen to hear is complete before they start driving the second set, and that really secures that Crew 9 has arrived at the space station.
And we're getting good views of Crew 9 on your screen right now. Looking over their shoulders at their displays, obviously giving them information about their status as we continue to perform this hard capture sequence with the International Space Station.
And they're able to monitor the entire flight all the way from launch yesterday, 10:17 a.m. Pacific, 1:17 p.m. Eastern, all the way through the docking process right now by watching those screens that you could see. It's 3 monitoring screens, or 3... It is 3 monitoring screens.
Display screens,
yeah, there you go. And so they have the opportunity to continue monitoring there. However, they do also have the ability to take over and manually command the spacecraft if they needed to. But we didn't see that on this flight. It was a pretty smooth ride uphill for Dragon all the way to docking at the space station. Again, about 7 minutes ago now. We are continuing to watch the hooks drive and secure us to the International Space Station.
Looks like we should have just about 5 minutes until we have confirmation of that hard docking completion. Currently expecting that at about 2:43 p.m. Pacific time.
Like I mentioned earlier, during this time, we keep any of the crew members that are on the space station from exercising. So any exercise that happens in space can impart loads on the spacecraft itself. So those might be very small, but this is a pretty specific sequence. We want to make sure all those hooks and latches go in the right place. And so they have to hold off from exercising for the time being. Crew members on the space station exercise for about 2 hours every day. That helps keep their bones and muscles strong. That way, when they get back to Earth, they can recover much faster and are able to walk almost immediately.
That's incredible. There's a lot of very cool exercise-focused research going on board the International Space Station, as I understand it, including both a treadmill, a stationary bike, lots of different ways to keep them strong, even in microgravity, before they make it back down to Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's another one of those things that proves how important what we do on the space station also is for benefits here on Earth, because what we've learned is also kind of a look into people who deal with osteoporosis or their bones, deteriorating because without lack of exercise in orbit, we're using our bones and muscles just to stand here right now, but you really don't when you're in space. So you have to do that continued exercise. And so what we're able to learn in space about exercise and the importance of it, we can also look to apply back here down on Earth from people who struggle with osteoporosis as well.
There's a huge amount of crosstalk, actually, between microgravity research that's done both on board Dragon, whether it's through one of our NASA missions or our commercial missions, and the International Space Station, all that benefit life here on Earth, whether that's things like focused on bone health or even very specific disease pathways. It's interesting to give us that opportunity to look at different types of research that we can do for whether it's biological or nutrition. We talked a little bit earlier today about the number of plant experiments that are currently ongoing on board the ISS, all to study how we can all studying how we can deliver different amounts of nutrition to our astronauts on those future long-duration exploration missions. And of course, then there are parallels for that on Earth as well.
It's been 10 minutes since our docking today, and I see the first set of 6 hooks are now fully driven into the International Space Station, and the second set is now driving. So we are in the process of hard docking. Again, that takes about 10 minutes after docking, so we anticipate seeing that complete soon. But we did dock today, really right on the target time, 2:30 p.m. Pacific time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern time.
That's really incredible, too, because even though we mentioned it earlier, it bears repeating. We hit that 2:30 p.m. today because we had an on-time liftoff yesterday during an instantaneous launch window. This entire approach to the International Space Station is carefully...
SpaceX hard capture complete.
Oh, confirmation of hard capture. That's great.
Standing by for umbilicals as well.
Copy, hard capture complete.
Welcome aboard, Freedom.
Of course, now that Dragon has completed the docking sequence, the spacecraft needs to undergo a handful of checks, including hooking up that umbilical.
I know you've been waiting a while.
Just to see your smiling faces.
Once we get those checks complete, we'll obviously be able to get those crew members united on either side of Dragon and the ISS right now. But the crew on board Dragon now gets a chance to get out of their spacesuits before moving into hatch operations.
That's right, and things will be picking up inside the station too as NASA's Jeanette Epps gets the hatch on the station side ready to be opened. She's going to start pressurizing that area known as the vestibule between the Dragon and the station hatches. So we are standing by for confirmation of umbilical hard mate to the International Space Station, but we did hear both of those sets of hooks drove, and we are officially hard docked. So we are just standing by for umbilical.
Station on the big loop. We are standing down from Crew Dragon approach monitoring.
Houston copies.
And deconfigured work.
All right, again, we docked right on time here at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, as Dragon and the International Space Station were flying over Botswana. And our teams in Mission Control Houston are continuing to monitor the arrival. So with Dragon docked, that's going to do it for us here in Hawthorne, but our coverage for Crew 9 will not stop here.
In a minute, we're going to toss it to Gary in Mission Control Houston to take us through that vestibule depressurization effort and hatch opening, when we'll see NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Roscosmos astronaut Aleksandr Gorbunov float into the International Space Station. But first, let's quickly recap how they got here. First, of course, we began with suit up, with both of our astronauts and Crew 9 members putting on their IVA suits. Then they rode out to the launch pad for vehicle ingress. We had an on-time liftoff from Kennedy Space Center, pad 40, yesterday at 1:17 p.m.
Freedom SpaceX on the Big Loop. Docking sequence complete. Ground will be enabling hardline power and comm connection shortly. Go to doff suits per procedure 4.012. We'll take cameras external.
SpaceX Freedom copies. A little bit broken there, but you're putting in hardline comm. You gave us a go for suit doffing.
Affirm, Nick. Docking sequence is complete. We are enabling hardline power and comm connections. And concur, yeah, you can go ahead and doff your suits in 4.012. I will take cameras external.
Okay, copy that. We're starting to doff our suits, and you'll go external. Thanks.
Confirmation from Mission Control there that we are go for suit doffing for our Crew 9 astronauts. Again, we are following up from a successful on-time launch yesterday from Space Launch Complex 40 at 1:17 p.m. Eastern. That was followed by a Stage 1 landing of our booster on Landing Zone 1. So that was a return to launch site landing, which we had great coverage of on our webcast, if you want to take a look at that. That, of course, was followed by Dragon separation into a nominal orbit to set our Crew 9 team on their 28-hour journey to the International Space Station. We saw 5 major burns on board Dragon, and then confirmed docking just a couple of minutes ago at 2:30 p.m. Pacific, 5:30 p.m. Eastern today, Sunday, September 29th.
And now that Crew 9 has arrived, we're turning our focus and looking ahead to the return of Crew 8. They're going to be taking you, or will be taking you along, as they return home after their long-duration stay aboard the space station. We're still looking at the return dates. That involves especially weather at our splashdown location. So those will be announced on nasa.gov. Be sure to tune in as NASA and SpaceX bring you live coverage every step of their journey. You can also follow SpaceX and NASA on social media for real-time updates. Thanks again for watching. Go NASA, go SpaceX, and go Crew 9 and Crew 8. And for those of you watching on X, please head over to NASA Plus to follow the coverage live.
Really appreciate you being with us here in Hawthorne today, Leah. It's always good to have NASA on site. And of course, thank you all for tuning in to follow our coverage today.
It's a great day for spaceflight, so I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Gary Jordan at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston to continue sharing the mission as the crew prepares to board their home for the next 5 months. That's the International Space Station. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. Thanks to our colleagues over at SpaceX.
Houston Dragon, sound check on the cabin mic.
Dragon, Houston has you loud and clear. How me?
I got it loud and clear, sir.
SpaceX Freedom. With With that, I'm going to detach, and Alex and I will be both away from the displays, doffing suits, and working on getting ready to open that hatch.
All right, SpaceX copies that, Nick. For awareness, we're going to continue with our docking procedures, and upcoming will be vestibule pressurization. Recommend you also, following suit doffing, you step into 4.400 for docked cabin configuration. I'll keep you up to date when we do start vestibule press, but you can monitor vestibule pressurization and leak checks in section 4 of 4.400. How copy?
Copy all. You guys are going to start with vestibule pressurization here shortly. We're good to also step into the arrival config procedure, and we'll just run those in parallel with suit doffing.
All right, that's a good readback, Nick. And just let us know when you're done with suit doffing and if we are allowed to come back on board with cameras at any point in this docking sequence.
Yep, will do. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing our commentary after the docking of Crew 9 Dragon Freedom to the International Space Station. Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov, Hague of NASA, Gorbunov of Roscosmos, both docked to the International Space Station right on time, 4:30 p.m. Central Time, 2:30 p.m. Pacific. At the time, this station was flying 265 statute miles over Botswana. The crew on board Freedom now is going through the remaining procedures to get ready for hatch opening. Through the entire docking sequence, since docking is considered a dynamic event, as an extra set of precautions, the crew wears their launch and entry suits through the dynamic phase of flight of docking. The suits are a protective measure just in case of any pressure loss in the cabin throughout the entire sequence.
Station Houston on the big loop for pressurization and ingress part 1.
Going on 2.
Jeanette, you and Mike are go in step 1.1 of 2.102. Before you begin, we would ask that you please power on the Node 2 Camera 1.
Copy and work.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're covering the hatch opening operations after a successful docking at 4:30 p.m. Central Time. Crew 9 arrived aboard the International Space Station. Now it's just a matter of getting the hatches open to welcome the crew aboard the orbiting complex. Sequence of events happening on both ends of the hatches. On the Dragon Freedom side, NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Aleksandr Gorbunov are going through a series of sequences and steps to doff or take off their suits they used and wore as a protective measure through this dynamic phase of flight of docking. After taking off their suits, they'll also undergo a number of steps led by the core over in the Hawthorne Mission Control and SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. The core there will be relaying steps up to the crew. We may hear those steps on the big loop. And those steps are closing out the cabin inside Dragon Freedom to prepare for the hatch opening sequence. This includes laying out the suits such that they can be dried, configuring the cabin displays and some of the equipment inside the cabin, as well as changing out some of the LiO canisters. These canisters allow for the scrubbing of carbon dioxide inside the cabin of Dragon Freedom. These are typical closeout procedures through every Dragon docking that we have undergone so far, just to make sure that Dragon...
Station on the big loop. We see the DBDT 0.01, minus 0.01. The cabin press hasn't changed. Want to be sure that's close enough to zero to be zero.
We concur. That is close enough to zero to be zero.
I will quote you on that. Thank you.
Capcom Tess Caswell here in Mission Control Houston. That's the voice you heard, talking with NASA astronaut Matt Dominic aboard the International Space Station. It takes a team to open up the hatches, and we do have quite a crew on board. Jeanette Epps, NASA astronaut, as well as NASA astronaut Mike Barrett, working with Dominic, will all be working on the hatch opening procedures. Butch Wilmore, ahead of our coverage today, did set up the rendezvous operations panel that allowed for telemetry to be received by the crew on board the International Space Station and monitor Dragon's approach to the station. Now moving past the monitoring operations after the docking sequence is complete, the crew is focused on hatch opening operations. Now these hatch opening operations can take some time. The docking port on the forward end of the International Space Station with the International Docking Adapter before Crew 9's arrival has been exposed to vacuum, including the sun and the sun shining directly on the docking interface, as well as shade and orbital nighttime. These can introduce some significant temperature swings inside the docking ring or inside the International Docking Adapter. So upon docking, whenever the...
Station on the big loop, node 2 forward hatch is open.
We copy, Mike, and when you get there, you are go in step 2.2.
Got to go in 2.2.
Through a visiting vehicle docking on the forward end of the station, there are multiple hatches on the International Space Station side that are closed as a protective measure. First is, of course, the A-Pass hatch. This is the hatch that's on the furthest position away from the International Space Station, and right now is in the closest proximity to the Dragon's hatch at the vestibule or the interface of the International Docking Adapter, where Dragon is currently docked. Now, a little bit inside the pressurized mating adapter, towards the modules of the International Space Station themselves, is another hatch. This is on the Node 2 forward end of the International Space Station. Node 2 hatch was closed as, again, a protective measure through the docking sequence. Now, as part of hatch opening operations, the first hatch of 2 is set to be opened. This will allow the NASA astronauts inside the International Space Station to have access to the pressurized mating adapter. This is the tunnelway that allows the connection between the Node 2, which is one of the modules of the International Space Station, and the A-Pass hatch, which is currently on the docking interface, where Dragon is currently docked right here. Where Dragon is docked, you can see a white interface. This is the International Docking Adapter. It's attached to the black structure. This is the pressurized mating adapter. With the Node 2 forward hatch opened, the International Space Station crew is right now inside the pressurized mating adapter, setting up to configure for entrance through that pressurized mating adapter and welcoming the Crew 9 crew. There's a couple of sequences that the International Space Station crew are undergoing right now. In fact, as part of the hatch opening sequences, we may start to get internal views from inside the International Space Station that we'll be able to show you. Crew will work in tandem to start outfitting the hatch itself, as well as they'll run some tubes inside the pressurized mating adapter. They'll be orange, and what those do is they allow for the circulation of air. With the hatch closed, sometimes there can be pockets of carbon dioxide that you just want to filter out as part of the hatch opening sequences, again as a safety measure. This is one of those quirks when working in microgravity. Now getting views from inside the International Space Station, you can see the crew now working together to open up the APAS hatch. The view you're looking at is from the Node 2 Harmony module, looking inside the pressurized mating adapter. This is NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps, one of the NASA astronauts assigned with the hatch opening operations.
Station of the big loop as step 2.4 APAS equalization valve closed at 2158.
Houston copies 2158.
The voice you heard from inside the International Space Station is appearing on screen now. NASA astronaut Matt Dominic relaying some of the steps as they work through the necessary procedures to open up the hatch. Now, what we didn't talk about so far is on the other side of the APAS hatch is what's called a vestibule. It's a gap between the two hatches of the International Space Station and Dragon. This is inside the interface of the International Docking Adapter. It's just a gap, but that gap right now is a vacuum, is at vacuum. The sequence now that the astronauts will undergo is pressurizing that vestibule up to match that of the cabins of the International Space Station as well as Dragon Freedom. The pressure inside each of those vehicles matches that of the pressure of Earth at sea level, 14.9 pounds per square inch. Appearing on the left side of your screen, another NASA astronaut, Butch Wilmore, who again, earlier today helped out with setting up the rendezvous and monitoring tools needed for Matt Dominic and Mike Barrett today to monitor Crew 9's approach and docking to the International Space Station. Procedures for hatch opening sequences do not need to be memorized by the astronauts on board. They do have reference material. NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps holding a tablet and referencing some of the step-by-step sequences that need to be followed to ensure a safe pressurization of the vestibule and the hatch opening sequence needed to welcome the Crew 9 astronaut and cosmonaut aboard the International Space Station. Teams aboard the International Space Station working with the flight control teams both in Hawthorne as well as here in Mission Control Houston. Through a docking sequence, the attitude control of the International Space Station itself is changed at various increments and spots through the docking sequence. As a visiting vehicle approaches the International Space Station, some of the thrusters and what are called desats, which allow the dampening of a control moment gyro to reset it once it reaches maximum rotation velocity, are disabled. And prior to a hard dock, the station is on control moment gyros only. The attitude determination control officer here in Mission Control Houston is reconfiguring the station's attitude control such that some of the attitude control assets are being re-enabled, including some of the desats and thrusters. Dragon Freedom and the International Space Station flying together over the Earth. We're now over an orbital daytime. Station and Dragon are approximately 260 statute miles northeast off the coast of Australia, just over the Coral Sea. We're a little more than 30 minutes after the docking of Dragon Freedom to the International Space Station. That docking again occurred at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, 2:30 p.m. East, 2:30 p.m. Pacific, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Again, all the teams are working on the hatch opening operations. Commander Nick Hague and Mission Specialist Aleksandr Gorbunov inside Dragon, the view of which you can see right here, are undergoing suit doffing procedures, taking off their suits and configuring the Dragon cabin for the hatch opening sequence, including opening up of the Dragon hatch on their side. In the meantime, NASA astronauts inside the International Space Station are working on opening up the hatches on the station side. To the right of this view, where Dragon is currently attached to the station, is the International Docking Adapter that meets the two hatches, Dragon and International Space Station APAS hatches. And right on the right of your screen there, you can see the pathway on the right. That's down through the pressurized mating adapter, the black structure there on the left. You can sort of make it out, but on the towards the very back end of the pressurized mating adapter is a hatch. That's the one they're going to be working on opening. But first comes the pressurization of the vestibule in between the two hatches. That vestibule currently is at vacuum, and it's going to take some time to bring up to vacuum. In fact, it happens in a couple of steps. Right now, from vacuum, it needs to be brought up to 14.7 psi. It's not done in one swoop. It's done incrementally. First, it's brought up to 5 pounds per square inch and held there.
Freedom SpaceX for awareness. ISS power connection established.
As part of the docking sequence, the very last step prior to the docking sequence being completed is the deployment of an umbilical from the Dragon to the International Space Station. That umbilical connects the Dragon to pull from the power and connect the data through a hard wire in between the International Space Station and the Dragon Freedom. Dragon, until that point, has been operating its power off of the batteries on board as well as the solar arrays that are on the trunk, very apparent on the black section of the unpressurized trunk from the external view of the Dragon. Those have been providing power up until this moment, where we just confirmed through that big loop that the umbilical that connects the Dragon and International Space Station and allows Dragon to pull from the International Space Station's power, that's been completed and is in work. Dragon now on the International Space Station power, no longer needing to rely on the batteries and solar arrays. We're getting views, live views, from the International Space Station as it flies 257 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean. These views are cameras being set up and configured inside Node 2 by the NASA astronauts themselves to provide views from the station to us down here on the ground to monitor the operations. Of course, aside from opening up the hatches, will be a welcoming ceremony. We'll see the smiling faces of Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov enter into the International Space Station and be welcomed.
For a status.
Ready to copy.
Yeah, we started the 1 hour timer for the suit drying 8 minutes ago, and I am ready in section 3 with an inventory when you're ready to copy.
Okay, 1 hour timer 8 minutes ago, so we'll be looking for that in about 50 minutes to complete suit drying, and I'm ready to copy inventory.
Okay, for water, in bag 201, consumed 2 bottles. In 202, consumed all 5 bottles. In 204, consumed 5 bottles. All 5 bottles.
All right, we copy that. 2 bottle from 201, all 5 from 202, all 5 from 204.
That's a good readback, and that includes the flush bottle we're going to use here shortly. For food, we consumed everything in 303, 304, and 1 meal from 308.
All right, SpaceX copies. The water includes flush bottle, and then all food 303, all food 304, 1 meal 308.
That's a good readback. We're going to do the flush on the commode, and then I'll call down and let you guys come aboard.
SpaceX copies.
That report comes from Commander Nick Hague aboard Dragon Freedom. Dragon outfitted with the necessary consumables between 2 crew members. Those consumables are tracked and reported to ground teams, so the amount of food and water on board is known for the ride both uphill and downhill. The teams want to make sure that the astronauts have what they need, both for nominal situations and situations in which additional orbits may be necessary for a returning crew to Earth. That is carefully tracked by the ground teams in order to make sure the astronauts have what they need.
Station and Dragon Houston on the big loop. For awareness, we are configuring Dragon for hardline audio.
Okay, copy that.
Freedom copies.
Now again, there is an umbilical that connects Dragon Freedom to the International Space Station. We did talk about the power. That power connection is confirmed. Dragon is pulling power from the International Space Station, no longer needing to rely on the solar arrays and batteries aboard. The umbilical also provides a data connection. The audio on board Dragon and aboard the International Space Station to this point has been configured separately through a big loop configuration and a wireless configuration that is the common communication for visiting vehicles that was used between the 2 spacecraft. Teams are now working to use the hardline data path that's enabled by the umbilical connecting Dragon to the International Space Station. Comm checks on the hardline may be coming after that hardline is established. In the meantime, we continue to wait. Hatch opening operations are a game of patience. The vestibule again has been exposed to vacuum and the extreme thermal conditions of space, while the sun shines on it and is in a vacuum condition. The pressurization cannot proceed forward until some of those thermal conditions, which can introduce fluctuations into a reading of a pressure as it is brought up to the pressure of the International Space Station, they can fluctuate and provide a false reading of a leak. To counteract this, the teams simply wait.
Freedom, Houston. Voice check on hardline comm.
Houston, Freedom, this got you loud and clear.
Copy loud and clear.
With that, the International Space Station Capcom Test Caswell has tested the hardline configuration enabled through that umbilical that connects Dragon Freedom to the International Space Station to the crew inside Freedom. Still on the big loop, although it's reconfigured for hardline communications, that's been successfully established.
Station Houston on 2 for the leak check. Heads up, we're expecting about another 5 minutes.
Hey, copy another 5.
As a reminder, as the vestibule is pressurized in between the station hatch and the Dragon hatch, to ensure that the leak check is solid, it's just a matter of waiting. The vestibule's exposure to vacuum prior to Dragon's arrival introduces thermal fluctuations that can give a false reading of a leak. So when the vestibule is being pressurized, simply waiting can allow some of those thermal fluctuations to dampen out and get a very good reading of whether or not there is a leak on board. This is standard procedure with every docking to the International Space Station, of course, to this forward port. Just following procedures, allowing another few minutes to make sure that it's a good reading and there are no leaks before continuing to press for introducing more pressure into that vacuum space, that vestibule. Again, the target pressure that we're going for here is to match that of the International Space Station and Dragon cabins, 14.7 psi, pounds per square inch.
Station Houston on 2 for the leak check.
Yeah, on 2.
We have a good leak check. You are go to step into step 3.1 of 2.102.
Copy 3.1 of 2.102 inward.
This is Mission Control Houston. Teams on the ground confirmed that they are happy with the leak check. The vestibule seems to look good. No leaks in between the two hatches. So the procedures that were referenced by the Capcom here in Mission Control Houston, that's Tess Caswell, the voice that you're hearing on the ground, are the steps needed to proceed with pressurizing the vestibule and turning the necessary valves and preparing the hatch for opening.
Houston Station on 2, if you're happy with our DPDT, which we're showing 0.02, we'll proceed on your go.
Station Houston, we concur. You are go in 3.2.
Go in 3.2 in order.
NASA astronaut Matt and Dominic providing a read of what they're seeing inside the station of the pressure inside the vestibule. It's supposed to be pretty close to zero. International Space Station flight controller is pretty happy with the readout, so they're saying go to proceed. Again, this will be an incremental process to pressurize the vestibule in between Dragon and station.
And SpaceX Freedom in 4.400, we're complete through Section 5, standing by Section 6. And you can come aboard.
All right, SpaceX copies that, Freedom. Complete through Section 5, standing by in Section 6, 4.400. Brings cameras on board.
As the crew on board the International Space Station works through the steps to pressurize the vestibule in between the two hatches, the crew inside Dragon Freedom working on their closeout procedures and relaying to the flight control teams.
And Station on 2 for 3.3, GMT is 2229.
Copy 2229.
Right now we're in a expected handover period in between our coverage on the tracking and data relay satellites that provide video and audio communication from the station. We're expected to regain space-to-ground audio communication shortly, video from station shortly after that. It's the teams here in Mission Control Houston that are walking the astronauts aboard the International Space Station through the steps of opening up the hatch and, of course, pressurizing the vestibule. The team here is led by Argo Flight, that is Marcos Flores, the flight director for this shift of Crew 9's docking and welcome into the International Space Station. You can see there at the bottom of your screen, flight director leading the teams here in Mission Control Houston. Tess Caswell, to his right, is the voice from Mission Control. That position is called Capcom and relays the steps and communicates with the crew aboard the International Space Station and will be the sole voice from here in Mission Control Houston, communicating with the crew aboard. Now back with video from the International Space Station, continuing our coverage of the hatch opening sequence. With the crew of Crew 9 enabling onboard video, we now have views from inside the cabin after docking. This is inside Dragon Freedom Live right now. NASA astronaut Nick Hague at the top of the screen. Just off to the right there, mission specialist Aleksandr Gorbunov, Roscosmos cosmonaut, the two of them, are working through the procedures to open up the hatch, configure the cabin that you're seeing there inside Dragon, before opening up the hatch and entering the International Space Station. You see the suits that they wore for launch as well as docking are in the seated positions. Right now they're in a configuration such that they can be dried in between use. Aside from the next dynamic operation, which will be undocking for the Crew 9 crew, they may perform a series of tests with the suits, but otherwise their mission now will be converted from Crew 9, the transit from Earth to the International Space Station, to join the mission of Expedition 72, which is continued science, research, and discovery aboard the International Space Station. Now getting views from the two spacecraft. Again, there is a hatch, multiple hatches actually. We are seeing that the A-Pass hatch is open on the International Space Station side. The vestibule in between the two spacecraft have been pressurized to meet that of sea level on the ground. The position where Hague and Gorbunov currently are very close to the Dragon hatch. Now with the A-Pass hatch opened, some of the flashes you were seeing from inside the pressurized mating adapter or cameras and the flashes of the cameras to inspect the hatch, make sure there's no foreign object debris, just a safety measure and precaution to make sure that nothing is in the way. That will be documented and relayed to the ground for inspection, make sure everything's good. Some of the many steps of these hatch opening procedures that we've been referencing. This is Mission Control Houston following along. Again, the APAS hatch is open. This is the last hatch on the International Space Station side. There's one more hatch to go, and that's on the Dragon side. Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov currently waiting patiently inside Dragon Freedom, going through their incremental steps to make sure the hatches can be opened at a safe time. You saw the NASA astronauts in the pressurized mating adapter bring in a white cloth. This is part of the procedures of outfitting the hatch for ingress. The hatch itself is metallic and has been exposed to vacuum. As a safety measure, the hatch itself is being covered with this white cloth. There's also a docking fixture that's used. It's sort of a pole that sticks out from the back end of the APAS hatch. That has been removed as it is an obstacle to crews ingressing through that hatch. Working through the steps incrementally. The crew seems to be on the timeline right now, so we're expecting the hatch opening to happen within the next 30 minutes or so of Dragon. Right now we're looking at a gap in our video coverage from the station. Hoping to beat that gap so we can see some of the crew members enter. But we will be providing continuous coverage through that hatch opening and when the crew are formally welcomed on board the International Space Station. There will be a formal ceremony. In this shot that you're seeing right now, you can actually see the bell, ceremonial bell, which will be rung upon the ingress of the 2 crew members on board Dragon Freedom, welcoming them and joining Expedition 72, rounding out 11 members of 72. Three-box view that you're seeing from inside the station on the bottom right, inside Dragon, bottom left. Again, NASA astronaut Nick Hague on the top right corner of the screen. From that Dragon cabin view, Gorbunov you see behind some of the seats on the view from the bottom left. And we are seeing Dragon illuminated by the sun a little bit until an orbital sunset. As expected, just minutes from now, the views on the outside of station will become a little darker as the station and Dragon pass 260 statute miles over the northern Atlantic Ocean. More Expedition 72 crew members starting to come into view. In the red shirt there on the left, Roscosmos cosmonaut Aleksandr, former crewmate of Nick Hague. On his Soyuz flight to the International Space Station, they rode together aboard a Soyuz to the International Space Station and joined for their expedition before returning, now reunited in space.
Station on the big loop. Step 4.8 is complete. Step 4.9 station is ready for Dragon hatch equalization.
We copy, Mike. We are not quite ready on our side. We'll let you know when we are.
Holding at 4.9.
Mike Barrett relaying that the crew is ready for hatch equalization, doing a few things on the ground.
SpaceX Freedom on the big loop. Crew's holding in 4.9. So we're ready for the hatch to come open.
All right, SpaceX copies. We'll be waiting for the ground to be ready for equalization, and that's going to keep us in section 6 of 4.400. You'll see us take commands and the state change in step 6.2 when we're ready to go.
And copy that. And just a question on estimate on how long that'll take. We're coming up on our hour of drying time. No, check that. We got 15 minutes. We'll just wait.
Copy. Yeah, we're still a few minutes away from stepping into equalization, and we're tracking about just over 14 minutes left in dry time. We'll see if those deconflict, but we won't let the suit drying stop us from proceeding if we're already ready to step into that.
Okay, copy all.
And Houston on the big loop, the APAS hatch seals look great, and no condensation noted. We did take a picture of the docking cross. That also looks great.
Houston copies.
Crew aboard Station and Freedom eager to open up that hatch. Just need to make sure everything's set on the ground. Teams are carefully analyzing all the data to make sure they are ready for that hatch equalization. In the meantime, you saw the crew did an inspection of the APAS hatch, the one that's open there in the background, just on the far end of the pressurized mating adapter. That has again been outfitted for safety precautions with claws. The docking cross has been removed, an obstacle from egress. In addition to noting and inspecting the APAS hatch, taking photographs for the ground to analyze, the crew did report that the APAS hatch looks great. Good news. And allows for the teams to continue towards an on-time opening of the hatch and welcoming of the crew aboard the International Space Station. Again, Hague in the background of the Dragon cabin shot. Gorbunov there in the foreground. Aboard in Node 2, International Space Station on the right, NASA astronaut Don Pettit, part of the Soyuz crew that recently arrived aboard the International Space Station, commanded by Aleksandr. Ovchinin there, of course, former crewmate of Hague. They launched together aboard their Soyuz mission to the International Space Station and will be reunited at the welcoming ceremony. Hague and Ovchinin did, of course, have an abort after the launch of their Soyuz MS-10 mission. But both of them did get to go up and join the crews of Expedition 59 and 60, launching successfully aboard Soyuz MS-12 and completing their expedition aboard the International Space Station and safely returning to Earth. Again, the two reunited in space. 3 Roscosmos cosmonauts in view. On this view on the right, who recently came through the pressurized mating adapter, was Ivan Wagner Alexei Ovchinin, now making his way through pressurized mating adapter. Aleksandr Gorbunov currently taking the frame in the black shirt. All Expedition 72 crew members will be present when Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov ingress the International Space Station. It's part of a formal welcoming ceremony. We'll continue our coverage until the crew and the ground teams have an opportunity to provide remarks during that ceremony. Right now, again, the Node 2 hatch in the foreground of this view, as well as the APAS hatch, both on the International Space Station side that's in the background, much further into the pressurized mating adapter. Both of them are open. As the teams in space now, both on the International Space Station side as well as the Dragon side, both ready for opening up the final hatch. So again, the astronauts in space are ready to go, just waiting for those ground teams and finding ways to pass the time.
Station and Dragon Houston on the big loop. Stand by for equalization. We're expecting it to take 3 to 4 minutes.
Hey, copy that.
Jim copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. For those tuning in, we're continuing to wait for one last step of allowing the hatch pressure to equalize before opening up the final hatch. We've been working through hatch opening sequences over the past hour or so, about an hour and a half since docking at 4:30 p.m. Central Time. The ground teams have instructed the astronauts on board to wait until equalization is achieved before proceeding to open up with the hatch. Hoping to hear that call momentarily. This is a view from inside Dragon Freedom. NASA astronaut Commander Nick Hague in the background there on the comms. Mission specialist Roscosmos cosmonaut Aleksandr Gorbunov there in the foreground. This is Mission Control Houston. You're getting views from both inside the Dragon Freedom cabin as well as from inside the International Space Station Node 2. Astronauts on board both vehicles waiting patiently. We're waiting for a go from ground teams analyzing the pressure inside each of the respective spacecraft and waiting for a go to open up that last hatch, Dragon hatch.
Freedom SpaceX for suit dry.
Freedom's with you.
All right, we're happy with the suit dry timer now, so you are go for commanding the suit fan off before we step into hatch opening.
Okay, copy that. We'll turn off the suit fan.
See NASA astronaut Nick Hague working on the displays, the console there inside Dragon Freedom. The command to disable those suit fans is on that console. Suit fan and suit drying procedures are done after doffing suits through various phases of spaceflight. For these two astronauts, after doffing the suits after orbital insertion, suit drying was part of the procedures there as well, before they were once again donned prior to the approach initiation burn. Those suits were doffed again after the docking sequence was complete. That includes a soft capture.
Freedom SpaceX on the big loop. We see those suit fans are off. So at this time, you are go for hatch opening per the decal, followed by the remaining actions in 4.400, Section 6.
And copies, we're going to open the hatch per decal and then remaining steps in section 6, 4.400.
Good, readback, and we'll just follow up after hatch open on the completion of 4.012 as well, but we can go ahead and step into the hatch hops.
Okay, copy that.
With that from the SpaceX Mission Control teams in Hawthorne, California, relaying that the suit fan command has been successfully initiated and they are go to open up the hatch. We got a great view from inside the space station here, and we're starting to see it illuminate. And now, with that, we confirm Dragon hatch is open. 6:04 p.m. Central.
SpaceX Freedom hatch is open.
Copy, hatch open.
Freedom arriving.
The bell has been rung. Aleksandr Gorbunov, the first through of Crew 9, being welcomed by Expedition 72. Next up is Crew 9 Commander Nick Hague. Crew 9 now aboard the International Space Station and joining Expedition 72. Again, Crew 9 on board the International Space Station. That ingress coming shortly after the hatches were opened at 6:04 p.m. Central Time, being welcomed by the crew of Expedition 72. We're going to continue our coverage here. We have a planned formal welcoming ceremony. However, we are coming up on an expected gap in our video communications from the International Space Station. So just as the crew was patient with the hatch opening operations, we will be patient with the crew, setting up for the welcome ceremony when we recover that video just around shortly after 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Again, Hague and Gorbunov on board the International Space Station. Gorbunov in frame right now, but they're going to take some time and speak with some of their crewmates. But we will be continuing our coverage through the formal welcoming ceremony. There is an expected gap in our video communication from the International Space Station. So we'll continue our coverage until that video is regained. Begin our coverage of the welcome ceremony shortly after we regain that coverage, expected just around 6:30 p.m. It'll take some time for the crew to get set up and in position. We'll do a couple of technical checks and be right on our way. But in the meantime, stay tuned for the formal welcoming ceremony of Crew 9 to join Expedition 72. Now in a short handover of our video and audio from the International Space Station as expected. This was tracked before we initiated a go to proceed with the formal welcome ceremony. Wanted to make sure we got good views from inside. This handover is expected to last a couple of minutes before we regain views from on board. And we'll go through a couple of steps, setting up for good scenes before proceeding with the welcome ceremony itself. Teams in Mission Control Houston have been led by Flight Director Marcos Flores. Coming on console prior to the joint operations, just prior to the approach initiation burn. And following along all the way through docking, which happened right on time today, 4:30 p.m. Central Time. The crew then proceeded to close out the Dragon cabin, doff their suits, and get ready to enter the International Space Station.
In 2.102, step 6.1, IMV duct installations complete. Your go for IMV fan activation.
Houston copies, Nick. Thanks.
Getting views from on board the station now. Before the formal welcome ceremony, just getting a head start on some of the procedures. Around the welcome ceremony, stowage of some bags, closing out the Dragon cabin. The communications from on board might be a little spotty, which is why we're holding on executing the welcome ceremony for now. We'll again continue our coverage until that's done, but we may lose some views here and there until we get solid communications expected just in about 10 minutes. The two Dragon commanders now inside Freedom. Commander Nick Hague inside the Dragon that he just took to the International Space Station with mission specialist Aleksandr Gorbunov as part of Crew 9, Matt Dominic, the commander of Crew 8. Today begins a 1 week long handover period to set Crew 9 up for success as they join Expedition 72 and continue a long-duration stay aboard station of science and discovery. NASA astronaut Matt Dominic, commander of Crew 8, will wrap up his stay aboard the International Space Station and as part of Expedition 72. And he, along with his Crew 8 cadre, including Mike Barrett, Jeanette Epps, and Aleksandr Gorbunov, will take their SpaceX Dragon back to Earth, splashing down off the coast of Florida. That Dragon is Dragon Endeavour, currently docked to the zenith side, or the space-facing side of the International Space Station. As expected, communications are a bit spotty. We're losing video incrementally from the International Space Station. Should be a little bit more steady about 10 minutes from now, maybe less than 10 minutes. Again, this is a live view from the International Space Station flight control room. Teams here have been overseeing Dragon's approach and docking.
SpaceX Freedom, I was just looking for a go to get into location 23 and cover up my LIO before the timer expires.
Checking, Nick.
Teams in this room, again, as part of Orbit 3, the shifts in this room are 24/7. So 3 shifts per day, every day of the year, making sure that astronauts aboard the International Space Station, who have been there continuously for coming up on 24 years, making sure that they have everything they need and they're well looked after. And it's from this room that it happens. Marcos Flores is the flight director overseeing the operations today from approach and docking.
Houston on 2 for Nick. We are go for step 6.3.
Copy, go for 6.3. Thank you.
Commander Nick Hague of Crew 9, NASA astronaut, proceeding with some of the closeout duties of the Dragon cabin ahead of our welcome ceremony. Again, Marcos Flores is the flight director today on the bottom of the screen. Tess Caswell is the voice from here in Mission Control up to the crew. She's the one communicating from Houston up to the crew.
And SpaceX Freedom, step 6.5, the LIO cartridge is sealed and installed. That's cartridge 1's back in the active, sealed.
All right, Nick, SpaceX copies. LIO 1 is back in the active slot, but is sealed.
We're hearing conversations about the LiO cartridges. These are lithium hydroxide cartridges that provide scrubbing of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere.
Station Houston, on to any available crew for PAO scene setup. Jeanette, we are looking to zoom out the Node 22 HD camera a little bit so that we can be sure we'll fit everyone into that view for the event. We will take you up on that, Jeanette. Please move it back a little bit so we can get a wider field of view, make sure we can get everyone into the frame. Thank you. Thanks, Sunny. We copy.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How am I coming through? Probably still need me to talk longer so you can see if we got sync. Oh, I knew. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello to all my friends in the PAO office.
Houston, are you ready?
This is Mission Control Houston. Crew is standing by to begin the welcome ceremony, just configuring a few technical things on the ground to enable all crew members and on each of the control rooms to be able to hear the welcome ceremony. Just stand by a few minutes. We'll be beginning momentarily.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Очень хорошо.
Суд Москвы, отвечаю в СГ-2. Проверяем связь. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Как вы слышите меня?
Отлично.
Station Houston, are you ready for the event?
We are ready for the event.
Station Houston, we are ready as well. Over to you to welcome the new members of the crew.
On behalf of Expedition 72, I just want to say welcome to our new compadres from Dragon Freedom. Alex, welcome to the International Space Station. And Nick, welcome back home to the International Space Station. It's great to be here with bringing the 72 back up to 11.
Thanks, Sonny. Alex and I had a smooth ride up here, and so first off I just want to say thank you to the teams that got us ready to fly Freedom to the station, and it was a awesome ride. And coming through the hatch and seeing all the smiles, and as much as I've laughed and cried in the last 10 minutes, I know it's going to be an amazing expedition, so I'm really looking forward to getting to work up here.
So I'm very happy to be here in this huge, amazing laboratory, International Space Station. And I'm looking forward to working with this crew, Expedition 72, and with people who are supporting us on the ground, МСС Houston, МСС Moscow. Также хотел поблагодарить НАСА вместе со SpaceX и Roscosmos, которые продолжают сотрудничать по программе МКС, продвигают науку, эксперименты космические вперед. И хотел поблагодарить всех родных и близких за то, что меня поддерживали в этом путешествии, которое только начинается. Завтра первый рабочий день. Начнем работать. Спасибо.
Thank you for the words. At this time, Glavny has an additional message for Nick and Alex.
ЦУП Москвы на связи. Я надеюсь, вы меня сейчас хорошо слышите. Я приветствую всех. Здравствуйте, добрый вечер. Ника и Александра мы приветствуем отдельно, особо поздравляем с благополучным прибытием на борт и началом космической вахты. Удачи вам. Долгим разговором сейчас утомлять не буду, потому что, понимаю, насыщенный день, вы устали. Благодарю за внимание. Удачи, удачи, еще раз удачи от всех нас. Мы на связи и готовы вам помочь всегда.
Спасибо за теплые слова. Будем работать с завтрашнего дня, да. Начнем космическую вахту, посмотрим, сколько продлится.
And with that, thank you to all participants. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Crew 9 now formally joining Expedition 72. 11 crew members aboard the International Space Station and beginning their one-week-long handover. Looking forward to Next week, no earlier than October 7th, as the opportunity for Crew 8 to undock. We'll be tracking weather to make sure everything is good for the crew to return, but it'll be a week of 11 crew members on board. After launching yesterday from Slick 40 for the first time, humans launching from that pad over in Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida at 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time, 12:17 p.m. Central. The crew made a 28-hour transit to the International Space Station and docked right on time, 4:30 p.m. Central Time. Over the next hour and a half, the crew incrementally pressurized the vestibule, opened up the hatches, and closed out their respective areas to be welcomed after hatch opening at 6:04 p.m. Central Time. Crew 8 Commander Nick Hague, as well as Crew 9 Commander Nick Hague, as well as Crew 9 Mission Specialist Aleksandr Gorbunov, entered the International Space Station and were welcomed by the Expedition 72 crew, and we just witnessed the formal welcome ceremony. After the welcome ceremony, that concludes our coverage of Crew 9's journey to the International Space Station, and they now begin a long-duration journey aboard for science and discovery. With that, that wraps up our coverage. This is Mission Control, Houston.